Alright, good evening. I am looking forward to this. Yeah, the end of episode 5. I wasn't sure what to think. No, but it seemed like Battler still might have had something up his sleeve. I don't know if the tea parties are going to get into that or if it's going to be something else. Yep. Yeah, so last time, finished episode 5. Battler got impaled, but like I said, something seemed to happen there. At the end, he had something to say. Damida. Zen Zen Damida. It's all useless. So let's see what happens.
Erika, ドラノール。はい、我が主。お呼びですか？あなたたちは引き続きこのかけらにとどまり、残る第1から第4のゲームすべてを解明しなさい。もはや魔女幻想を主張する哀れなかりそめ魔女は存在しない。むき出しの真実を徹底的に暴いてやりなさい。
Okay. So we're following... Or are we finally finding out what happened through the first through fourth games?
お任せを、我が主。このフルドエリカに解けぬ謎はありません。
I don't know about that, but okay.
当然よ。それでこそ私の駒、私の分身だわ。
Hey there, small blue gem. Correct. Erika's the detective. Yeah. But can she actually find the truth? Or will she just make her own truth? Bernkastel wore a massive and horrible smile, which Erika shared. You'll be able to find the solution? Okay. Beatrice's illusion of the witch would disappear, and the results in all of the previous games would be painted over. It had been crushed in every way possible, and only the naked truth remained. Such a weak truth was no better than fish on the chopping board for Erika.
過去の4つのゲームはすべて夏日の犯行とそのイレギュラーで説明可能です。
Natsuhi as the criminal?
もはやベアトリーチェなる魔女の犯行とは二度と語らせません。直ちに編纂に入り、極上の物語を献上してご覧に入れます。
But how would that work for the first game, though? Because Natsuhi was shot. Let's see, the second game... I can't really remember the second game. The third game... Wasn't the third game with... the Ava Beatrice? Yeah. At least we have a truth, doesn't matter if it's the real truth. Is there really a real truth? True. I guess that could have been suicide, but... Well, if it was suicide, then what happened to Battler and the rest? Like, the 4 cousins were also alive, but then nobody made it out alive. I don't know. Well, let's see what she says.
ベアとの魔女伝説は一かけらも残してはダメよ。
Group suicide. They drank the Kool-Aid.
使用人たちの間の噂、不可解な出来事をそうであるかのように語る空気、金蔵の幻想と連動した魔女幻想、すべて完全に処分しなさい。無論です。直ちに着手いたします。現在家具たちの身柄を拘束、よりしろの特定を急いでいます。
The 7 Sisters of Purgatory had already been taken into custody. Those noisy sisters who had served Beato now faced nothing but denial. What sort of illusion were they based upon that allowed them to manifest? Everything would be exposed and denied.
ハイゼルネ・ヨングフラワーすでに調査を開始しております。最新の調査結果では1960年代にニューヨーク近隣で製造された可能性が濃厚です。
Okay.
すでに補佐官が現地入りしております。
1960年代
Yeah,
煉
that's...
獄の7姉妹はメイドイン USA?
Yeah, that's interesting.
ソロモン王に連なる千年の魔女に仕える家具とか威張っておきながらとんだまがいものじゃない。何者なの？報告によればオカルトマニアの富豪たちにイミテーションを売りつけて高額作業を働く集団があるとか。
騙された富豪が同様に曰く月を語って転売するためマリア間で偽られ神格化された可能性があるとのことです。裏付けと詳細特定を急がせています。
その界隈では後宮金蔵はどんなパチモノにも大金を払う乗客だったとか。
Yeah, I could see him doing that.
それが煉獄の7姉妹の正体？おかしいわ。ベアとの魔女幻想らしいとんだまがいものだわ。7つの大罪を語る分際でイミテーションの土産物風情だったわけです。
Oof.
まあ私も初めて見た時からいかがわしい土産物屋で売ってる文鎮に過ぎないとは思ってたわけですが。文鎮その真実はもう7姉妹には突きつけた？
I gotta say, Bernkastel with that smile looks like a vampire.
いいえ、まだです。
あいつらまだ自分たちは1000年以上前に偉大なる魔術師によって生み出されたとか本気で信じてやがります。 早く完璧な証拠と真実を突きつけ、自分たちが原価30ドルにも満たない文人風情であることを思い知らせてやりたいです。
Oof.
その時どんな顔を見せて絶望するのかしら。楽しみだわ。その際には私を呼びなさい。最高の紅茶と梅干しを持って鑑賞に来るわ。
Black tea and dried plums. Wait, did she like that? I don't know if it's said about her likes before. I know it's said about Beatrice's likes. She likes, what was it, black tea and something else? Guess it doesn't say that here. Beato's illusion of the witch had already been penetrated, and it's been proven that everything was simply the result of human delusions. What kind of delusions created them, and what caused these in the first place? When the answers were proven perfectly and shoved in the faces of those concerned, the illusion would vanish and be completely annihilated. This is what they meant by execution.
処刑は見せ物ではありません。原則非公開です。
元老院議員であらせられる大ベルンカステル教による大本院が職務を適正に執行しているかの視察です。異端審問官風情が拒否する気ですか？ええ、そうよ。ドラノールたちが職務を正規の手順で遂行するかどうか、私は元老院を代表して視察するだけよ。ワルギリア、ロヌエ、ガープたちも現在拘束へ向けて準備中です。シエスタ姉妹この得体が捜索に当たっています。
Wait, the Chester sisters are conducting that investigation, but the Chester sisters were also on the side of the witch, at least at one point. Feels weird for them to be conducting the investigation.
無論その後にベアトリーチェに関わった3人についても拘束処刑します。ドラノール、シエスタ姉妹の正体は？
高い確率で犯行に用いた凶器がよりしろではないかと推定されます。ガートルード上級補佐官が専従チームを結成。全件を調査中です。
Also, they are investigating the Chester sisters as well.
シエスタ姉妹の処刑も楽しみです。一人ずつまとめて一度に。茶葉の缶を中身全部ポットに入れるバカはいないわ。一さじずつゆっくり味わわなくちゃ。まったくです。処刑は連日行いましょう。家具たちに魔女たちに一人ずつ連日の処刑賞を必ずやお届けします。素敵じゃない。何しろ随分の人数がいるからね。2週間くらいはたっぷり楽しめそうじゃない？誰から処刑するか、その順序を彼らに決めさせるとか。処刑概念についても最高の提案をするように。古今東 西のあらゆる処刑を毎日楽しみたいわ。
Lovely.
処刑は大法院規定の方法でと規則があります。
お任せを我が主。必ずや魅力的な処刑賞を準備いたします。最低でも四つ咲き刑くらいにはなさいよ。無論です。ヨーロッパ各国からアジア各国まで、東西のあらゆる王国が採用した国王への反逆罪にのみ適用される各国最高の処刑を列挙してご覧に入れます。私からも処刑方法を提案したいわ。それに悩むことは寝苦しい夜の最高の清涼剤だから。アイデアを練って今度手紙で送るわ。
I miss old emotionless burn castle.
かしこまりました、我が主。ではメルンカステル式はその最後のフィナーレに。全ての幻想を打ち破り、ベアとの魔法体系を完全に打破した最後の最後にて、ベアトリーチェの処刑にて我が主の望まれる最高の処刑を。
Wait, I thought Beatrice was executed. Or did it never resume after Battler was impaled?
ありがとう、エリカ。あなたのおかげで私は病の辛さを当分の間忘れることができそうだわ。
The pain of her illness? Hmm.
あなたは最高だわ。私の駒、私の分身、そして私の可愛い娘。
Hmm.
もったいないお言葉です、我が主。エリカ、あなたに栄誉と褒美を与えるわ。
Illness of boredom? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
ベアトの最大の象徴であるあの大広間の肖像が、あれを外して叩き割り、その薪にてケーキを焼いて食べなさい。そして残った額縁にあなたの肖像画を掲げることを許すわ。
Okay. Oh, lovely.
ありがとうございます。最高の栄誉です。ベアトリーチェの名前と痕跡のすべての抹殺、抹消、それがすべて終わるまでの間、あなたにこの閉じられた六軒島の主となることを命じるわ。
Hmm.
奇跡の魔女ベルンカステルの名において、その日まであなたに魔女の位を与えることを宣言するわ。これよりあなたは真実の魔女エリカを名乗りなさい。
Hmm.
真実の魔女。ありがとうございます、我が主。この栄誉に恥じぬ一層の働きを誓います。
Even though she was nothing more than a piece, she was being granted the honor of calling herself a witch like her master, if only for a brief stretch of time. Erika was so moved that her actions had been acknowledged in this greatest form that she trembled.
ドラノールは引き続きエリカを補佐し、その進捗を私に報告しなさい。
良いです。
ところで、ラムダはどこ？
あちらにおられます。
From the guest seating on the second floor, she pointed downwards. Lambda Delta could be seen beneath Battler, who hung there, dead and pierced by the red longsword.
後ろ宮バトラか。面白い男だったわ。そしてもっと面白くなれたかもしれないのに。残念ね。
見事な死に様じゃない。エリカ、このバトラの亡骸は屋敷の大広間に飾るといいわ。次に私がこのかけらに訪れるときは、私をその前で迎えなさい。
かしこまりました、我が主。愚かなる男の姿を永遠に主の勝利の記念碑といたします。
それは素敵ね。洒落てるわ。漆喰で塗り固めて美しい純白の石像にするといい。可愛らしくデコなんかもしてくれちゃったら最高ね。
はい、ラムダデルタ卿、ご期待に添えるよう努力します。
おめでとう、魔女就任。一時的なものであれ、私はあなたを友人として迎えるわ。
New friend! Yay! Erika was so overcome with emotion that tears came to her eyes. Because for a piece, no greater pleasure exists than having your work acknowledged by your master.
最後にはベアとも剥製にしてやりたいわ。そして大広間に高々と飾ってやるの。
白樺ご飯？
What? Galaxy Empress? What?
人間狩りの伯爵よ。
Night on the...
私、魔女じゃなかった頃にあれを読んで。
Is that a book or something?
永遠の命を得た人間ってどうしてここまで残忍になれるんだろうって。不思議に思ったことがあるわ。あの時の私は正直共感できなかった。
魔女になって1000年を生きてよくわかるわ。あれの筆者は本当の意味で私たちの残酷さをよく理解していたのよ。
次はどこへ行く？どうせ旅立ちはお互い背中を向けてでしょ？
あなたに退屈をしたくないからよ。
ありがとう、ベルン。でも私はきっと100を数えたらまたあなたを探し始めるわよ。
退屈させない子ね。だから好きよ。愛してるわ。またどこかで会いましょう。もっとも100年先か1000年先か未来永劫再会しないかもわからないけれど。
大丈夫よ。愛し合う二人にかけらの海は狭いわ。
第三の男？
Hmm?
天井桟敷だってば。
あの星空のように輝く無数のかけらを一つ砕くたびに一晩は退屈の毒から解放されると分かったら、お前だって星の数を数えてみたくなる。
All those are references to other anime? Ah, okay. Ah, okay. I see.
うまいうまい。
The Voyager witches travel across the countless glittering futures of possibility and gobble them up, trying to escape their illness called boredom for as long as they can. The tiny, tiny fragment created by the human known as Beatrice had now been gobbled up by the two witches and had lost its glitter. The two who had earlier called themselves rivals in front of Beato now stopped that charade and laughed together playfully.
エリカ、新しきこのかけらの支配者、あなたが真実を紡ぎ、この世界の終焉までの物語を描きなさい。次は第6のゲームだっけ？
はい、第6のゲームです。
エピソード6はなんてタイトルにするかあなたが決めなさい。もはやこの物語の紡ぎ手でありマスターであるのはあなたなのだから。
Nani? How does that work? I thought all of the different episodes took place in a different fragment. But the episode 5 fragment's going to be used in episode 6? What? And the game is continuing? What is going on?
ありがとうございます。実はもう決めてあります。
あら、もうなの？なら聞かせてちょうだい。なんてタイトルなの？
はい、エピソード6。本当はじらしたいんですが、お教えします。
何よ、もったいぶらずに教えなさいよ。新米魔女のくせに先輩じらすとかってありえないわ。
エピソード6、チェックメイト・オブ・ザ・ゴールデンウィッチ。
Checkmate. Complete the episode 5 tea party. Well, that was really short. Okay. What about the tea party of those who are not human? Erika is the game master for next episode, yeah. But Burn Costal and Lambda Delta are leaving, I guess? Oh? In the cathedral devoid of people, a figure could be seen still staring up at the heavens, its chest pierced with a long red sword that pinned it in place to the ground. That figure was Battler. Ironically, it looked just like what he'd done to Beato with blue wedges in the 4th game. Oh yeah, I guess it does, sorta. Battler had died quite some time ago. No, in this place, the concept of death means nothing except that one has stopped thinking. Therefore, in a sense, Battler was not dead. After being defeated in a fight over the truth and surrendering, he no longer had the strength to think of a way to resist. That's what made him dead. Huh, interesting. I wonder if that's... Well, yeah, I guess in the past, when people said about don't stop thinking, or told Battler not to stop thinking, or Battler told himself not to stop thinking, whatever. Because if he stops thinking, he's dead. Glanor's massive longsword, which had been left in place of a tombstone, fastened Battler to the spot even after his death. This was all being lit by a faint light seeping out of an incredibly high skylight. Quiet footsteps rang out across this still cathedral. From the darkness behind a pillar, a woman slowly stepped forward. It was Beatrice. Just like they'd been the whole time in the Golden Land, her eyes had no light in them, and were still muddied over with gray. This person was once unable to even drink black tea to her satisfaction by her own will. But though it was slow, and though there was no life in her eyes, she was surprisingly walking. Then, with slow, deliberate steps, she reached Battler, who was still dead, pierced through. Then, he slowly touched Battler. She tugged on his sleeve. However, Battler showed no reaction. When she realized that it wasn't sleep, but death, the witch with the hopeless gaze let her head hang even lower. Then, she quietly whispered,
嘘つき
Beato softly touched Battler. Then, she pressed her forehead against Battler's chest. There was no longer any heartbeat. It wasn't just because he had surrendered. It was because the witches had chased him from the game board. So from now on, Battler would never return. So from now on, the Golden Witch Beatrice would have no reason to exist.
ありがとう嘘つきさよならそしてごめんね
Oof. Then, the Golden Witch completed her task. and scattered as a spray of gold. In the Golden Land, the gray rain gently continued to fall. There was a faint aroma of good black tea. Beato stared blankly at its surface. There was Virgilia, continuing her knitting, along with me and Lanor talking to each other. This is a recollection. A recollection from Battler's memory, which Delanor's sword must have given him as it pierced him. A recollection of that time Delanor had come to visit the tea party in the Golden Land.
Watashi mo onaji desu. 次に太刀を交えるときは遅れは取りません。
上等だ。相手してやるぜ。全力で来い。
約束します。全力です。
Delanor, huh? I'd thought she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart. But maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though, of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting over the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea.
しかし、恐ろしいもんだな。お前の戦い方は。ノックス10回だったっけか？
Oh? Yeah, Nox's Decalogue. So now it's shown here. Once again, Nox is first, forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. Second, forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Third, forbidden for hidden passages to exist. That one is actually wrong. There is allowed one hidden passage, but for this story it's been changed. The fourth, it is forbidden for unknown drugs or hard-to-understand scientific devices to be used. Nox's fifth is not included. Okay. I forget what that one is. Nox's sixth, forbidden for accident or intuition to be employed as a detective technique. Seventh, forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. Eighth, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Hidden passage was known in episode 4, so it's no longer a hidden passage. Well, I'm not talking about that specifically, although that is true, I guess. Like, in the actual Nox's Decalogue, Nox's third actually does allow for one hidden passage to exist. But for some reason, the author changed it here. Just for Umineko. I remember reading that before. I checked before we had this key here. Let's see. Eighth, written for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Ninth, it is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and interpretations be heard. Okay. The 10th, it is forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues. Okay. The debate over the interpretation of these laws continues to this very day, and it has become the source of countless unfair controversies. While fundamentalists call any infringement upon these commandments heresy, revisionists point out that many canonized geniuses have violated these rules. The one hidden passage is shown to us, so no more hidden passages. You can argue that. Yeah. I guess. I mean, that... Yeah, just for the story... Or if we only consider Umineko here with the Nox's third, and then that passageway... I guess you could say that, yeah. I don't know, it's treading a very fine line. But I mean, I was just pointing out that, like, Nox's Decalogue is a thing outside of Umineko, and outside of Umineko, the real Decalogue does allow for one hidden passageway to exist. That's what I was trying to say.
Mystery のお約束ってやつだろ。
はい。我が父が考案した戒律です。
Commandments conceived by her father. But her father was executed for not following the Decalogue. Interesting.
隠し扉は存在してはならない。
Some of the rules get changed as well. Nox 9 talked about the stupid friend of the detective. Oh, okay, I didn't notice that one. What is that again? For observers to let their own conclusions and interpretations be heard. So you're saying originally this was for the detective's partner or something?
Nox 第3条だっけか。だから探偵は隠し扉を探す必要さえないわけだ。なかなかの暴論だな。
Yeah. That... I don't know. It is weird to have a rule that says there is no hidden door. I mean, there could be a hidden door if you... Like, I'm sure in real life people have used hidden doors to enact murders, etc. Like, it's not inconceivable for there to be hidden doors or passageways. So it's weird that there's a rule like that. Although, well... Okay, well, I'm sort of contradicting myself, because the original Nox did allow for one hidden passageway or door or whatever. So it's not... Yeah. Yeah. So there can be a hidden passageway normally, just not in Umineko. Nox 9, the stupid friend of the detective, the Watson, must not conceal any thoughts which pass through his mind. His intelligence must be slightly, but very slightly, below that of the average reader. Okay, oh, that's right. That does sound familiar. Yeah. The stupid friend, the Watson. Oof. They're really doing Watson dirty there. Bernkastel said it herself. She said that because they were forbidden by Nox's third, even searching for hidden doors was a waste of time. I'd like to counter that by saying it probably isn't so uncommon for a rich family's mansion to have a hidden door or two built into it. But apparently, that sort of rule works perfectly well in the mystery genre. By the way, there exist many wonderful mysteries in which hidden doors appear, and where hidden doors are the theme. Of course, this is limited to novels which have the premise that hidden doors exist. If that premise doesn't exist, hidden doors must not exist. So because that premise doesn't exist, there's no need to search for hidden doors. I think that's probably the essence of her ridiculous argument. Oh my. It's like the detective trying to expose the truth, and the illusion trying to confuse it with a mixture of truth and lies. Wait. Expose the truth and the illusion trying to confuse it with a mixture of truth and lies are getting blended together. Oh, okay. The detective and the illusion are getting blended together, leading to a bizarre form of argument similar to a devil's proof. Making a closed-room murder seems to be accomplished by a witch with magic. Making a closed-room murder seem to be accomplished by a witch with magic is fantasy. Exposing that it was a human's crime done with tricks is anti-fantasy. Examining all possibilities to expose the nature of those tricks is mystery. But is it also mystery to claim that possibilities with no hints supporting them are unworthy of investigation? Let's say a hidden door is hidden in a way that there would be no clues. Would claiming that a hidden door therefore exists, even though a detective couldn't find it, be anti-mystery? That's enough of that. This argument is too far of a digression from the riddles I'm actually supposed to be solving. My fight is very simple. I'm only fighting to explain how it was possible for a human to carry out these crimes that were supposedly carried out by a witch. This whole discussion about mystery and whatever, doesn't serve any purpose. That's why I didn't have any particular interest regarding these rules known as the Nox Decalogue.
Nox はお嫌いですか?
苦手だな。隠し扉の存在を調べもせずに全否定可能なんてなんだかおかしいぜ。悪魔の証明並みにうさんくせえな。ファンタジーの対極のはずなのになぜか同じ論法になっちまってる気がするぜ。
Yeah, I'm with Battler on this one. Oh, now we made her sad.
言い過ぎた。お前の親父が作ったんだもんな。
お気になさらずに。戯れに過ぎないとおっしゃる方もいらっしゃいますので。
バトラ君には実会はかなり傲慢なものに感じられるのでしょう。
正直なところを言えばな。隠し扉は存在してはいけないから調べる必要さえないなんて。頭のネジが落ちてないかどうか一緒に床を探してやるところだぜ。
Oh my.
ではバトラー、その第3条をなかったことにしましょう。そうなったら密室ミステリーはどうなるでしょうか。
What if Nox's third, hidden doors are forbidden, didn't exist.
つまり密室トリックのオチに隠し扉が OK になるってことか。
手がかりや伏線のある隠し扉ではありません。隠しなのですから、無論探偵にも発見できない隠し扉です。
It refers only to doors that even the detective cannot find because they're hidden. Okay.
バトラ君はよく悪魔の証明により発見できない X の存在を仮定して戦いますね。つまりはそういうことですよ。
Maybe this right here is why the passageway to Kumadorian, or to Kuadorian, I think it is. Yeah. Is allowed. I guess because it was foreshadowed or there were hints to it. So it doesn't necessarily count as a hidden passage. I can't really remember anything specific for that before it was shown, but it very well may have had hints or been alluded to.
最悪だな。密室ミステリーが読み物として破綻しちまう。
And if it were no longer worth anyone's time, it would cease to exist. No one would want to try solving the riddle from the beginning, not if they knew the answer might just be an unforeseeable hidden door. True. That's fair.
せめて隠し扉はありませんと保証してもらってからじゃないと推理する気も起きない。なるほど。ノックス第3条は必要だな。それがなけりゃ密室ミステリーは読み物にもなりゃしねえ。
That is a fair point.
推理する気も起きないとはつまりどういうことですか？
つまり読む気もしねえってことだな。
そういうことです。人間は推理可能だという保証を得なければ思考さえできないか弱い生き物なのです。
Okay. Can't even think unless they have proof that reasoning is possible. Sounds a lot like Battler's current situation. I think I see where we're going with this, maybe.
推理可能、すなわち頑張れば解けますよという励ましが必要なのです。
That might be true. It's the same with exercising. If you're told to run around the campus 10 times, you can tough it out. However, if you don't know how many times you're supposed to run around it, you'd probably get tired out before you made it around 3 times. Same thing goes for thinking and reasoning. Humans view a problem differently depending on whether or not it's guaranteed to be solvable.
推理小説で探偵が犯人が分かったと宣言するシーンがあるでしょ。あれはつまりそこまでの文章で手がかりは全て記したから。読者諸君、どうぞ推理をしてくださいという合図なのですよ。
へえ、単なるお約束のセリフかと思ってたが、そんな意味があったんだな。
意地悪に言うと、探偵がそう宣言しない限り どんなにミステリーを愛する推理自慢の読者であっても推理をする気力は生じないということです。
過去のゲームにおけるあなたもそうではありませんでしたか？
Now that I hear it, maybe that really was the case. Maybe my fight against Bieto really began in the second game. At first, I didn't seriously try to tackle the closed room riddles Bieto threw at me. After all, I knew nothing except that people had died in a closed room, and the windows and doors were all locked from the inside. I mean, seriously, talk about having no hints to go on. So I refused to argue on the grounds that I couldn't fight, because the lack of clues made reasoning impossible. After that, didn't Bieto sneer at me, asking whether I'd repeat that over and over forever in an endless repetition of moves? At that time, Bieto said this.
貴様ら無能どもがいつも嘆いてみせる思考停止の理由、情報不足。そしてそれに対し情報を与えると今度はその情報の真偽を疑う根拠否定。便利よの無能を棚上げする実に小気味よい言葉よ。
Then she said she'd give me certain information that couldn't be denied, and created the rule called the Red Truth. Once we reached that point, the curtain finally rose on my battle with Bieto.
俺はベアトにこの物語は挑めば解けるという保証をもらって初めて同じ土俵に上がったというわけか。
ベアトリーチェ、不思議な方です。謎こそが魔女の住まう狭間なのに、自らその謎を暴くことのできる赤き真実をあなたに与え始めたのですね。
You could say the red truth is a hint Bieto gives me, so that I can compete in this war of reasoning. Like candy. Because I've been given hints, it's like she's saying, try and solve it, or it can be solved. An enigma that's guaranteed to be solvable can't be called a true enigma.
これではまるでベアト自身が自分は本当は魔女じゃないって自分で認めてるようなものじゃないか。
おやおや、確かにそうなりますね。本当におかしな子です。
Bieto herself is admitting that she's not a witch by giving the red truth. I mean, she does want to die. She wants to be killed by Battler. Bieto gave no answer. With gray eyes, she did nothing but blankly gaze at the steam rising from her black tea.
我が父は思考する力に杖を与えるために実戒を生み出したのです。決して物事を傲慢に決めつけるためではありません。
思考する力に杖。
そうです。ノックス第8条 提示されない手がかりでの解決を禁ず。これは手がかりなしに当て推量で推理をしてはいけないという意味だけではありません。
逆に言えば、出題者は解決のための手がかりを必ず提示しなければならないということです。
つまり実戒に従うなら全ての謎には必ずヒントがあり、よって必ず解決は可能だと保証されていることになるわけか。
I see. So this is what they mean by a crutch for the power of thinking. If you can believe that it's solvable, you start wanting to have a go at these riddles. If you're capable of believing that hints do exist, you get fired up about rereading the story to search for them.
確かに推理しようとする人間にとって勇気を与える力はあるかもしれないな。
ノックス実戒はミステリーの出題者に課す制限と思われがちですが、読み手にとっても大切なものなのです。実戒を杖とすることで私たちは推理する勇気と必ず隠されているに違いない手がかりを求めて何度も物語を読み返す気力を授かるのです。
硬くて開かないジャム瓶の蓋みたいだな。母さんがよく言ってたぜ。開かないと思ってるといくら頑張っても開かないって。スポーツにもそういうのあるよな。必ず自分は成し遂げられるという強いイメージがあるのとないのでは記録に大きく差が出るというし。
In that case, the Knox Decalogue isn't really a set of arrogant and strict restrictions. You can also see it as a way to encourage readers who are trying to solve the mystery by telling them to give it their all, since it's definitely solvable.
面白い解釈だ。しかし世の中の推理小説すべてが必ず実戒を守ってるわけでもないと聞いたぜ。そういう作品にぶち当たった時騙されたってことにはならないのかよ。
実戒もまた解釈の一つに過ぎず全てのミステリーに適用できるものではありません。父の原理主義者の方々は実戒を破った作品を異端と呼んで激しく糾弾される方もいらっしゃるようですが。
Heresy! There's no end of arguments like this in the mystery world. Was this or that famous detective novel really a fair mystery? In other words, one that followed Knox's Decalogue? That sort of argument is already an eternal theme of the mystery world. In fact, in mystery discussions, arguments like these sometimes become even more heated than the discussion of the actual tricks.
そりゃ糾弾したくもなるだろうな。実戒に従い解けると信じて挑んで実は解けるようにできてませんでしたってオチだったらさぞや悔しくて仕方ないだろうぜ。
That's right. When fighting with the Decalogue, there's just one thing you want guaranteed from the beginning. In other words, you want to guarantee that this detective novel will adhere to the Decalogue. If a work labels itself as an orthodox mystery, then you have nothing to worry about. However, the mystery genre contains many unorthodox subgenres within it, Does that mean trying to use reasoning in an unorthodox detective novel is a complete waste of time?
それはそれで傲慢な気もするな。
はい。私も父の実戒をそのような傲慢の武器にされるのは非常に悲しいことです。
お前は実戒を武器にさっきベアトと戦ったわけだが、それはつまりこのベアトのゲームの世界がノックス実戒にのっとっているという証なのか。
When I asked that, there was a strange silence. Virgilia, Delanor, and of course Beato all remained silent for a while. Almost as though my question had touched at the core of something.
それは私の口からは言えません。
Does this or does this not follow the Decalogue?
どうして？
これはこの子の作ったゲームです。あなたと勝敗を決めるためのゲーム。この子はそれをミステリーとファンタジーの対決のように呼んでいました。しかし残念ながら本格推理とは一言も言っていません。すなわち実戒にのっとっているという保証はないということです。
But then if it doesn't necessarily follow the Decalogue, that nullifies like most of what Delanor used to fire back and eventually impale Battler.
しかし同時にミス・ベアトリーチェはあなたとの勝負のゲームだともおっしゃっています。それはすなわちあなたにも勝利する余地があるということ。
すなわち推理は可能だってそう言いたいのか。
Well then, so if reasoning is possible, then it would have to be the Decalogue? Because if it didn't follow the Decalogue, reasoning would not be possible. Because you could be ambushed by something out of left field. So it must be the Decalogue. Right? Or must follow the Decalogue.
この子に言わせればおそらく推理は可能となるのでしょう。しかしこの子とバトラ君が送り手と受け手の関係であるように2人は異なる存在です。ベアトにとって推理可能なつもりで出題したものがあなたにとっても推理可能なものなのかは別の問題です。
Well, then maybe it doesn't follow the Decalogue. That's true. Not following the Decalogue doesn't mean it will not be unsolvable. And yeah, like she says here, something Beato might have proposed, thinking it's solvable, may or may not be solvable for you as well. Yeah. Depends on the viewpoint. Huh. For example, let's say we propose a simple riddle that any Japanese person would know. However, if the person we're telling this riddle to is a foreigner with a Japanese-English dictionary in their hand, it might be almost impossible to solve. In other words, it's possible to have a one-sided solvable problem, which might be easy for the questioner, but extremely difficult for the person trying to solve it. By the way, do you know of the foreign riddle, why do dragons sleep all day? The answer is to battle the night. Ah, I see. It's a riddle from the English realm, so it might be a little tough for a Japanese person. Nox is just one way to solve mystery. There are Van Dyne 20 rules too. Van Dyne 20. What is that? Let's see. Van Dyne 20. Van Dyne's 20 rules. 20 rules for writing detective stories. Reader must have equal opportunity with detective for solving the mystery. All clues. Here, why don't I bring this up? Yeah, so the reader must have equal opportunity with the detective for solving the mystery. All clues must be plainly stated and described. No willful tricks or deceptions may be played on the reader other than those played legitimately by the criminal on the detective himself. Must be no love interest in the story. Okay. The detective himself or one of the official investigators should never turn out to be the culprit. Very similar to Nox there. The culprit must be determined by logical deductions, not by accident or coincidence or unmotivated confession. Again, similar. Detective novel must have a detective in it, and a detective is not a detective unless he detects. Function is to gather clues, etc. Okay. There must be a corpse, and the deader the corpse, the better. Okay. The problem of the crime must be solved by strictly naturalistic means. So nothing... Yeah, no magic and whatnot. Must be one detective. That means one protagonist of deduction, one deus ex machina. Ex machina. Bring minds of 3 or 4, sometimes a gang of detectives, is not only disperse the interest in breaking... Okay. The culprit must turn out to be a person who has played a more or less prominent part in the story. So a lot of these have similarities to Nox's Decalogue. Servants must be chosen by the author as the culprit. Huh? Or must not be chosen by the author as the culprit. Okay. One word can make a big difference. Interesting. There must be one culprit, no matter how many murders are committed. Secret societies have no place in a detective story. The method of murder and the means of detecting it must be rational and scientific. The truth of the problem must at all times be apparent, provided the reader is shrewd enough to see it. Okay. Yeah, by this I mean that if the reader, after learning the explanation for the crime, should reread the book, he would see that the solution had, in a sense, been staring him in the face. That all the clues really pointed to the culprit. Detective novel should contain no long descriptive passages, no literary dallying with side issues, no subtly worked out character analyses, no atmospheric preoccupations. Okay, I'm not sure if we're following that, but a professional criminal must never be shouldered with the guilt of a crime in a detective story. Crime in a detective story must never turn out to be an accident or a suicide. The motives for all crimes in detective stories should be personal. And to give my credo an even score of items, I herewith list a few of the devices which have no self-respecting detective story, or the devices which no self-respecting detective story writer will now avail himself of. Bearing the cigarette butt left at the crime scene with the brand smoked by a suspect. Oh. Bogus spiritualistic seance to frighten the culprit into giving himself away. Forged fingerprints, dummy figure alibi. Dog that does not bark and thereby reveals the fact that the intruder is familiar. Okay, the final pinning of the crime on a twin or relative who looks exactly the same. Check the last one carefully. Okay. The hypodermic syringe and the knockout drops. Commission of the murder in a locked room after the police have actually broken in. What? Commission of the murder in a locked room after the police have actually broken in. Oh, okay. I see. The word association test for guilt, or the cipher or code letter, which is eventually unraveled by the sleuth. Wait, did you mean the last one here, or is this last thing in general? Episode 3, Rudolph Kiri and Hideyoshi. Yeah, I did remember there was something about a cigarette. Yeah, comparing the cigarette with a brand that somebody smoked or something like that. The irony is not lost on me. I mean, with that one, with the cigarette, and with the dog that does not bark and thereby reveals the fact that the intruder is familiar, I feel like they aren't that bad, really. I don't know, maybe it would give it away if you had to describe that or something. It'd be too easy, maybe? Seems like Ryukishi intentionally broke the 20th rule. That would be funny. Yeah. Interesting. But yeah, nothing about well, okay, I guess number 1 would sort of cancel out hidden doors and passageways. Because all clues must be plainly stated and described. And if it was plainly stated and described, it wouldn't be a hidden passageway. I don't know. And the rule about love broke the 3rd rule. That's true, yeah. To introduce amours to clutter up a purely intellectual experience with irrelevant sentiment. The business in hand is to bring a criminal to the bar of justice, not to bring a lovelorn couple to the hymnal altar. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm learning so much about mystery novels going through this. Going through Umineko. SS Van Dyne. Okay, where were we here? Right, wordplay.
だからこそ私はこの物語がバトラ君に絶対に解けるものだと約束することができません。しかしこれだけは約束できます。赤き真実でそれを保証します。
なんだ？
ベアとはあなたに解いてほしいと願って解けるようにこのゲームをこの物語の謎を生み出しました。それだけは私が赤き真実で保証します。
Yeah, she made it solvable. But Battler might not be able to solve it. Darn it, Battler, why are you incompetent? It was the one guarantee that all those who try to use reasoning desire.
その答えが我が父の実戒にのっとり導き出せるものかは分かりません。しかしバトラが悩み苦しみ推理の指針を求める時にもしも思い出したなら我が実戒も試してみてください。再び挑む勇気とひょっとすると何か新しい発見を与えてくれるかもしれません。
The Decalogue is a crutch. It's not necessarily a hard and fast rule. But at the same time, they're playing as if it is. How do we use this?
ありがとうよ。心底行き詰まったらお前の戦い方も参考にしてみるぜ。いいのかよ、敵に塩を送っちまって。
お気になされずに手土産も持たずに訪れた茶会です。茶花の代わりとなったなら幸いです。それに私と再び相まみえたならそんな悠長なことを言っている暇はおそらくないでしょうから。
Nox's Decalogue and Virgilia's Red Truth.
ベアとは俺に解いてほしいと願って解けるようにこのゲームの謎を生み出した。
In other words, Ito wants me to be capable of solving it. Isn't that proof that reasoning is possible? Of course, that's from Beato's point of view. And it doesn't necessarily mean that reasoning is possible for me. Compared to before now, when I didn't even know whether reasoning was possible or not, that one line might give me a great deal of courage. At least it has the power to silence any negative thoughts about this all being useless.
推理できると先に相手に 証明させなくては推理をしない。まるで奥手な若者の恋愛のようですね。
Get this romance out of my mystery novel. Ree!
恋愛？
自分のことを愛してくれると相手が先に証明しない限り、自分も相手を愛したくないでしょ。
Both boys and girls want to hear someone else say they love them first. That's their dream. If they're in love, they don't want to love the other person until they're sure this person loves them back. I feel like Virgilia would love Kaguya. Love is War. Kaguya-san, Love is War. After all, there's nothing as painful as one-sided love. And the scars of the heart left behind last a long time. Because they are afraid of that pain, they want proof that the other person loves them first more than anything else.
なるほど。推理小説における作家と読者の関係を面白く表現しています。
Yeah. Maybe you could liken detective novels to that. Both the writer and the reader first want the other party to say they'll solve it, or that it can be solved. Until the writer is assured that the reader will certainly have a go at the riddle if they propose it, they don't want to write their story. The same goes for the readers. Until they are assured that they will certainly be able to solve the riddle if they try, they don't want to read the story. Because they don't want to write what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when no one reads it. Because they don't want to reason about what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when they realize it was all useless.
その理論によると、まさに奥手な小学生中学生の恋愛だな。気があるくせに打ち明ける勇気もなく、相手の告白を待ってもじもじしたまま何の進展もなく、ひと夏が終わる。いやいや、他の男とくっついちまうことだってあるぜ。俺の初恋もそんな感じだったさ。
Oof. Pain. Along with these one-sided feelings they can't express, they lament the passage of a summer that will never come again, and the days of their youth end. The writer who wouldn't write until he gained the support of readers goes for all eternity without releasing his maiden work. The reader who waited for the writer's rise to fame goes their whole life without knowing the joy of the mystery genre.
バトラ君、その卵が先か鶏が先かという奥手な恋愛はどの段階にまで進んだら相思相愛の関係になるのですか？
それは積み重ねだろうな。まず友達関係から始めてコミュニケーションを増やし、こいつはきっと俺のことが好きで俺もこいつのことが好きだと疑えなくなった段階を2人が共有できたところで、そのまあ多分自然と恋人関係に進めるんじゃないかと。唐突な告白で始まった関係は割と別れることも多いが、実は互いに告白したことがなく気づいたらずっと一緒にいたって連中の方が案外付き合いは長いってのが俺の今日までの印象だ。
つまり互いが相手を信じる信頼関係が生まれたら、ということですね。
かもな。意外だぜ。ミステリーってのは作家と読者のバトルだと思ってたんだが、実はそうじゃないのか。
ええ、互いが信頼し合った上でしか成立しない愛ある関係なのですよ。
So what you're saying is that without love, it cannot be seen. Hmm.
じゃあこいつと俺の関係も殺し合いじゃなくて愛ある関係だっていうのかよ。
意地悪をし合う小学生同士の関係程度にしか見えませんがね。
Virgilia joked at us in a middle-aged woman sort of way. Still, though I'm not expecting friendship or a trusting relationship, I can accept her as a rival. Byato is fighting at full force, trying to make me acknowledge that she's a witch. So I'll respond to that and go all out, trying to deny that witches exist.
ミス・ベアトが正面から全力であなたにぶつかっているとどうしてあなたは言い切れるのですか？
見てりゃわかるだろ。
あなたに全力で正面からぶつかっていると彼女が赤き真実で宣言したわけではありません。なのにあなたはそれを疑わないわけですか？赤き真実以外は何も信じないとおっしゃったあなたがです。
Yeah, I mean, I thought Beatrice was going easy on him.
バトラ君の言うところのコミュニケーションが増え、互いの関係が疑えなくなった段階というものに違いないですね。
Virgilia and Delanor giggled together. One guy, multiple women, and the topic is love. Wait a sec. Isn't this the worst possible formation for getting made fun of? Oh my. When I tried to bring back a proper mood for a tea party in the rainy Golden Land by clumsily searching for a more noble subject, Virgilia saw right through me and laughed. Even amidst this, Byato kept looking downwards with those gray eyes, staring into her black tea. Yeah, that's right. Virgilia and Delanor have given me so many hints, and yet I barely thought about it at all. By now, it's all too late. Let me think. Now that everything is too late already and I've got an endless amount of time on my hands, let me think. One more time, let me think about the red truth Virgilia gave me, and the crutch of the Decalogue that Delanor lent me. With the red truth, Virgilia guaranteed that at the very least, Beato left enough room in this tale for me to achieve victory. That red truth guarantee will once again give me the power to start my heart beating. And there's the crutch of the Decalogue, which Delanor lent me. Delanor herself warned me in the beginning that the Decalogue isn't so almighty that it can solve all riddles. However, she said something about how it could be used as a method to solve. No, to take on riddles. Let me try it. Though there's no guarantee that this tale is mystery or fantasy, let me believe that I'll definitely be able to solve it. That it is a solvable tale, a mystery. And let me take it on one last time. Wah! When I came to, I was suddenly in that strange tea room where I'd often argued furiously with Beato from across that table. Of course, Beato was nowhere to be found. It was just me, isolated and alone. That's okay. Even so, I won't stop thinking. Okay then. What were Nox's commandments again? I'm sure Delanor explained most of them when slamming me with them. Of course, even I recall them vaguely. What was the first one again?
謹んで申し上げる。ノックス第一条。犯人は物語当初の登場人物以外を禁ず。
When I muttered about what the first one was, as if answering my question, Delanor's subordinate appeared. Without bothering with an unnecessary hello, she told me nothing more or less than what I wanted to know.
そうだったな。第一条。犯人は物語の最初から登場している人物でなければならない。
In other words, the culprit must have already appeared, as early as the first game. True, that's the most basic of basics in the mystery genre. A classic assumption. Classic assumption? Have I really been keeping to that assumption? With each new game, the number of people in this tale keeps increasing. That violates the closed circle rule. By that point, everything gets screwed up. Did I give up on the inside, thinking that the true culprit or mastermind must not have shown up yet, and that the reasoning was therefore useless? If I read this tale as a fantasy, new characters keep showing up, to the point where even having demon kings or gods or creators appear wouldn't be strange at all. Even if the true mastermind first appears in one of the last episodes, I'd have to accept it. However, if I read it as a mystery and stick with that conviction, then there's no need to worry at all about someone who shows up later. Because Nox's first clearly states that it's impossible for the culprit to be anyone who appears later on in the story. Of course, there's also what both Delanor and Virgilia said. There's no guarantee that this tale follows the rules of the Decalogue, so of course, I can't deny the possibility that the culprit first appeared in the second game or later. However, this is one way of thinking. This time, I'll forget about the Devil's Proof completely, and try to borrow the power of the Decalogue in my thinking. After all, I've already said myself that I won't be able to reach the truth without a multi-angled outlook.
なら、何度も繰り返されたこのゲームの犯人は全て18人の中の誰かだってことになる。19人目の幻想なんて初めから必要ない。
Okay. Yeah. And? Even the first of Nox's commandments denies the existence of an unknown person known as the Witch from the very start. If I had followed that in the truest sense, I might not have suffered so miserably in the second game.
Nox の第2条は
謹んで申し上げたてまつる。ノックス第2条、探偵方法に超自然能力の使用を禁ず。
Delanor's other subordinate appeared without a sound, and gave me an answer to my question. That's right. A detective can't go around using magic.
そしてこれがフェアな戦いであるならば、探偵と同様に犯人もまた魔法を使ってはならないということだよな。
謹んで申し上げる。解釈は自由と知りたまえ。
だよな。ああ、俺の自由に解釈させてもらうぜ。
If this game is a battle between me and Beato, then because this tale is solvable, no elements will appear that make it impossible to solve. In other words, things like magic mustn't appear. When they do appear, I shouldn't suspect that the mystery element is breaking down, but I should instead question why it was shown, and suspect the witnesses and observers. That's right. That was Beato's greatest weapon in the second game. Depictions of magic which couldn't exist in a mystery. By showing me that, she forced me to think that this tale wasn't a mystery, and therefore that reasoning was impossible. So I surrendered. However, if I had believed unshakably that it was a mystery, it would have been completely obvious to doubt the witnesses who claimed to have seen magic. Also, at the end of the first game, it was revealed that this tale was passed on to people in the future by that message bottle. Someone had written about this crime, this tale. In other words, this entire tale is a world that includes the personal opinions of an observer, namely the person who wrote that message in a bottle. In other words, the observer isn't God. It's a human. Therefore, there's no guarantee that this description is truly impartial. By the end of the first game, it was already clear that we've broken the constant premise of the mystery genre, that the story itself must be seen through the eyes of God. For that reason, it's possible to doubt even the observer, as well as the witnesses. If I could have doubted this much, then no matter how many seemingly unsolvable displays of magic appeared, I wouldn't have had to blindly accept them and give up. However, that begs the question, is it even possible to solve a tale written by an observer who isn't impartial? If I get obsessed with this, all my reasoning will end here. However, I had to believe that Beato was trying to fight me through this tale. Because it's a fight, that means I've been given a chance at winning. By giving me that, doesn't that mean that reasoning is possible? This part is tough. Unless I believe that the cruel witch took on the risk of losing to try and have a fair fight with me, I can't get past this part. Just like Virgilia said, it's just like love. If I can't believe that Beato is fighting me head-on with everything she's got, I won't be able to reason any further than this. Sure, I'll acknowledge it. Unless we acknowledge that we love each other, we won't be able to get any further. When Virgilia ran out of patience with the two of us, shy and incapable as we were of acknowledging that out loud, she gave me that red truth instead. That was the red truth saying, Beato wanted me to solve it, so she made the riddles of this game solvable. What the hell? It's like Sato-san in Class A says he likes you. Like hearing a love confession via a friend. I really am pitiful. Reasoning is love. If we don't love each other, the reasoning won't start. In that case, how can we say that we love each other? If you think you can solve it, just you try. You're incompetent. Like hell you can solve it. Yeah. According to George Aniki, people like that are called Sundora. Darn it, Battler. It's Tsundere. That brutal witch is finally starting to look a bit cute. If I meet her again, I want to try saying, "You're such a Sundora." Oh, Battler. If I meet her again, somewhere. Oops. Okay.
使えそうなやつを頼む。
謹んで申し上げる。ノックス第8条。提示されない手がかりでの解決を禁ず。
謹んで申し上げる。ノックス第6条。探偵方法に偶然と第6巻の使用を禁ず。
Okay. It must not be solved with clues that aren't presented, and it must not be solved by relying on accident or coincidence. Okay. If this tale is made to be solvable, we can read this the opposite way. In other words, clues must be prepared so that the case can be solved. And it has to be made in a way that it can be solved without relying on coincidence. If I can believe that Beato is challenging me to a fair game where reasoning is possible, then I can be sure of that. In other words, Beato has already left me clues, hints, and messages in this tale. It isn't from the Decalogue, but Erika or someone said this. There are 3 riddles to be exposed in a mystery. One is whodunit, who is the culprit, One is how done it. How did they commit the crime? And one is the why done it. Why did they commit the crime? All of this means that clues related to these three riddles are already present inside this tale. No, strictly speaking, it's like this. Because she wanted me to solve these three riddles, Beato scattered hints about. Though whether I'm capable of catching those or not is another matter. Even if you think a riddle you propose is easy, it might be difficult for the person trying to solve it. In that case, it's only natural that there will be a difference in how difficult each person finds it. Therefore, as Beato goes through each successive game, she watches me closely and tweaks the game as needed to get a good arrangement. When Beato realized that I'd completely surrendered in the second game because it was too hard, she secretly worried. If I surrendered and lost the will to fight, the game would no longer remain on an even footing. Therefore, in order to make me regain my will to fight, from the third game onwards, she set things up in a way that made it easier for me, giving me tips on how to fight and a few hints. Virgilia and Ronove obviously appeared so that they could help me. Flashbang. Also, though we still had the usual crazy magic shows, she gave me the metaphor of the Brawn Tube trial, as well as tips on how to fight back. I finally understood how to fight, and most likely, at the end of the fourth game, Beato managed to have the all-out showdown with me that she had probably wanted. Then Beato acknowledged that my abilities had become fully fledged, and entrusted me with her heart. Entrusted me with explaining this tale, didn't she? In that case, it was really dumb of me to boycott most of the fifth game, just because I was so disgusted with those two witches. Doesn't matter who the game master is. All I need is to search for the truth in Beato's game. On the contrary, I should probably thank those two witches just a little for continuing the game in Beato's place, now that she's gone and left everything to me. Of course, I doubt those evil witches were trying to do anything of the sort. Culprit, crime, motive. The answers to those three ultimate riddles, the hints, must be scattered throughout the previously shown tales. It's probably a very faint light, like trying to find beads that have fallen onto a sandy beach. They're definitely there. However, they're so faint that unless I believe strongly, there's no way I'll be able to find them.
金家謹んで申し上げる。
なんだ。
物語を遡りたまえ。今の汝には真実のか弱き光を見逃さぬ目が与えられていると知れ。
今こそ物語を。
推理可能とは信頼関係の先にあるものと知りたてまつれ。
ああ、知ってるぜ。いや、今ようやく気づいたかもしれない。
It's something that's been repeated over and over again throughout this tale. Persistently so.
愛がなければ真実は見えない。
Hey, he said the line. Nice. Slowly, the tea room dissolved into darkness. Then, as though I was slowly sinking into a pitch-black sea, I passed through the crevice of the long journey I'd taken with Beato, and kept on falling and falling. It was a bizarre experience, like crossing over the boundary of sleep while still conscious. Yeah, the sea of fragments. The several tales before became faint bubbles. No. Were they small shining fragments? And were scattered like stars amidst a pitch-black sky. I kept sinking on and on into that sea. The tales up until now, one after another, Virgilius guided Dante to Mount Purgatory and brought him to the feet of the Eternal Lady who waited at the top, Beatrice. Therefore, the innermost depths lay not at the bottom, but at the peak of Mount Purgatory. The Eternal Lady had been waiting there for Dante the whole time. And... And then... And then I knew. I finally reached the truth. To the depths. No, to the peak of Mount Purgatory. Idiot. You really are an idiot. He woke from the sleep of death, and bit by bit, his sense of pain came back to him. On Badler's face, which still looked up at the heavens as he hung there pierced by the longsword, a suffering and alive expression gradually returned. Badler noticed. This whole time, Beato had been snuggling up against him, sleeping. And when he held her, he knew that it was not Beato, but her crumbling remains. So when Battler just tried to hold that form as fragile as ash, then, just like a sandcastle made on a beach, washed away by a small wave, it fell apart and lost its form. At Battler's feet lay nothing but the ragged remnants of Beato's dress and a pile of ash. No, on top of that pile of ash, he could see something sparkling gold. It was the husk of a single gold butterfly, which had been torn to bits. And so, Battler knew. I've definitely reached the truth. However, I wasn't able to do it, while Beato still remained in this world.
俺はようやくお前の出題したこのふざけた謎の真相にたどり着いたんだぞ。お前のお望み通りにくじけずにとうとう最後までたどり着いたのになのになんでお前それを待てずにくじけちまったんだよ。お前はあんなにも信じてたんだろう。俺が絶対に真実に至ってくれるって。ならどうしてそれを俺と一緒に信じて待てなかったんだよ。永遠の拷問を強いていたのはお前じゃない。俺だ。俺がお前に過酷な拷問を強いた。そしてお前は最後まで抗い俺に訴え続け、そして俺はようやく岩になってたどり着いたってのに、お前はもう待ってなくて手遅れになっちまったって。バカ野郎！どうしてお前が先にくじけちまうんだよ。
It's my fault. I forced her to endure this torture. In fact, she's been doing a wonderful job sticking through it for so long. Over and over and over again, you kept on protesting to me. And because I was so incompetent, it was as though I couldn't understand the truth.
うしてもっと簡単に言えねえんだよ。バカ野郎！
His scream of pain filled the sad cathedral. The sad witch who wasn't able to communicate the truth to Battler. The sad man who wasn't able to understand the witch's truth. Battler's howl of anger and sadness rang out for that pair. The clock hung in the cathedral showed that it was midnight on October 5th, 1986. Time was up. For everything. You're kidding me. Don't set something like a time limit on this difficult riddle you're so proud of. You prayed for and bet on the power of a miracle, one so unlikely that it was totally impossible, less likely than finding a bead you've dropped on a sandy beach. And that means I've now truly arrived at that miracle. However, your time didn't last long enough. If I had reached this point even a little sooner, if I could have seen the truth, even if it had been right before time was up, I might have been able to save you. But right now, I've been run through pathetically. I can't even hold what remains of you. As I attempted to pull the longsword out, I tried stretching out my arms and kicking my feet, struggling to at least touch her remains. But nothing worked. At that time, I noticed a golden glint on the palm of my hand. It was a single wing from a gold butterfly. That small fragment of gold was the only piece of Beato that I was permitted to touch. I cried with all my strength, ripped that fragment, and pressed it against my head, apologizing. Why couldn't I reach the truth earlier? Then I pressed it to my chest, promising that even now, I would never lose again. The truth. When I pressed my hand against my chest, the sword piercing my chest cut my wrist, and blood dribbled out. That blood spread throughout my fist, and it must have soaked that gold fragment with my red blood. It must have been the only way of telling her that I'd found the truth she wanted me to know about. I clutched the wing of the gold butterfly with my freshly bleeding hand. and pressed it against the red sword that pierced me. At this point, Ushiromiya Battler knows, and he understands. He's found this tale's everything. At that time, it seemed as though a faint golden light leaked out of the gaps in his clenched fist. The two witches had their backs turned, and Erika was laughing at Battler's corpse.
本当に無様ですね、バトラさん。あなたの愚かさを石像にして永遠に。At that time, Battler's chest, no, the red longsword that pierced Battler, began to sparkle gold from deep within his chest. That bright golden light began to change the red sword's color, turning it gold. 何事？バトラが。これは何？
Battler coughed up blood and groaned. His consciousness came back. His will to live, his will to fight, came back. The red longsword that pierced Battler could no longer be described as such. By now, it had become a golden longsword. Then, slowly, gradually, it pulled itself out of Battler's chest. It finally pulled itself free and started dancing through the air, then stood up in front of Battler's eyes as though it knew who its master was. Battler, crawling on the floor and moaning, grabbed the golden longsword. And though it looked painful, he slowly rose to his feet once again. Lambda stared wide-eyed at that bright golden glow in awe. When she noticed that Battler's resurrection wasn't part of a script Lambda had thought up, Byrne also frowned slightly.
悪いわね。最新は却下よ。シエスタ姉妹、その復活幻想を削除しなさい。了解であります。45-410発砲許可。
それが照準不能。 IFF エラーコード999。ヒュー。
39だと。バカな。
The Chester sisters hesitated, unable to carry out Bernkostel's orders.
ラムダ、これはどういう茶番よ。 完全に魔女幻想は打ち破られて、法廷は私の勝利に終わったはずよ。
悪いわねベル。もう少し付き合ってもらうわ。そうでしょ、後ろ宮バトラー。
任せたらエリカ、ベル・カステル。今度は俺の真実の番だぜ。
最新請求を受理するわ。魔女集会の幻想法廷の閉廷は撤回される。
異議提出。すでに裁判は結審し、判決は公示されている。
異議却下。いかなる判決も新たな真実の前にはかすむ。
異議提出。バトラはプレイヤーを追放されただけでなく魔女の地位を持たない。上告する資格を持たない。
異議却下。もうね、あるのよ彼には。絶対の魔女ラムダデルタの名において認めるわ。後宮バトラ、あなたを新たな黄金の魔女、いえ無限の魔術師後宮バトラと認めるわ。
Oh, snap.
なんですって。バトラが魔女の位を。
The rank of a witch, which she had desired for so long, had been granted to battlers so quickly. And on top of that, this wasn't anything temporary. This was an official, proper authorization by Lambda Delta. Erika couldn't accept it, and her face turned bright red.
最後の最後まで楽しませてくれるわ。あの子のゲームは。いいわ、付き合ってあげる。エリカ、受けて立ちなさい。あなたが私と築き上げた赤き真実は完璧よ。夏日が犯人であるとする真実の構築は完璧だわ。絶対にバトラには崩せない。
Is this the first time we've seen Bernkastel with this look? Like the actually angry look? Yeah. I don't remember actually seeing her angry before.
無論です、若主。何の心配もありません。それよりシエスタ姉妹、我が主は射殺を命じていますよ。いつになったら命令は実行されるんですか？
エラーコード39。領主小銃には解除コードが必要です。
The Territory Lord. Ooh.
だからあいつはやると言ったに。
領主？誰が？このかけらの支配者は誰？私です。
Burn's getting wrinkles. Good.
領主、まさかバトラが。
Oh, dang. There's a hint of fear in her voice.
はい、後宮バトラはこのかけらの正当な領主と認定されているであります。
ええ、そうよ。 まだわからないの？あの黄金の輝きの意味が。バトルはね、至ったのよ。全ての真実の最新王にね。だからバトラは今やこの世界の物語のゲームの全てを理解している。それはつまりゲームの支配者の地位を得たということよ。それを信じたくないでしょベル。
信じたくもない。いいわ、バトラが本当に全てを理解したのか試してあげるわ。エリカ。
残念ねエリカ。せっかくこのかけらの領主に任命されたところだけれど、それを剥奪するわ。
Emotional damage!
このかけらの新しい領主は後ろ宮バトラよ。悔しいねえねえ、悔しい。せっかく領主になれたのにいきなり剥奪ってどんな気持ち？どんな気持ち？
Get wrecked.
私の推理を否定できるものなら知ってみればいいでしょ。そんなこと
ふか私の構築した推理に隙はありません。ナツヒが犯人であることは否定不能。
俺は夏日おばさん以外が犯人である推理を構築できる。確かにお前の真実は否定不能かもしれない。ならば同時にお前の真実は俺の新しい真実も否定できない。
Atler spoke with the red truth, allowed him by his status as a sorcerer.
夏日以外が犯人で？どうやって？ドラノール、バトラさんの妄言に付き合ってあげてください。
Slowly, Glanor stepped forward. In her hand was the red longsword of the Decalogue. She also had a blue short sword. In Battler's hand was a golden longsword. The two rivals once again, no, for the first time, they truly confronted each other.
バトラー、待っていました。
待たせたな。
いいえ、あなたの帰りは私の予想より早かったです。
殺しなさい。トラノール A ノックス。
Interesting that she anticipated him returning. Glanor's form disappeared in an instant, as though her slow, dignified movements from before were only a lie. The curve drawn by the long sword of red truth burned itself into the retinas of those who saw it. Before anyone had enough time to follow that curve, it was already approaching Battler's chest.
エリカ卿の推理に ゲームは解決しました。この推理による真実を覆す新事実は存在しません。
他の解釈だ。異なる真実の提示が可能だ。異なる真実の並列により両者の真贋を問う。
Gertrude and Claude when he was dead? Yeah. That's true. Yeah, I didn't think of that. In this closed-off world, it's possible for differing truths to exist at the same time. Furthermore, as long as multiple truths exist, it's impossible to claim that any of the truths are the single truth. In other words, even if I can't overturn Erika's reasoning by questioning its credibility and conquering it, I can defeat it.
ベルンの推理は完璧よ。簡単には覆せない。でもね、ベルンの推理と互角の推理を提示できたなら戦いは氷結となる。
Or yeah, Gertrude, or Cornelia and Gertrude, yeah. I was like, Claude? I didn't think that was the right name, but I couldn't remember her name either. So I just ran with it. Then again, I can always check out their names if I just go to the reference sheet. Sometimes I am the derp. Make that most times.
すなわち、いずれかの真実は打ち破られて否定されることがあり得る。笑わせる脚本だわ。悪魔の脚本はやはりこうでなくっちゃ。
では問いましょう。夏日以外の誰が犯人という仮説ですか？
Battler's golden longsword drew both red and blue curves at will.
夏日おばさんの告白した19年前の赤ん坊による復讐で構築可能だ。
Revenge of the baby from 19 years ago.
ノックス第1条。犯人は物語当初の登場人物以外は禁ず。第5のゲームより登場した人物に犯人は名乗れません。
This is true. But what if it was, say, Battler? Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's Battler. It might have been Jessica? Or... I don't know. Could be anybody that's 19. Or, well, 18. Well... I don't know. I mean, that would only fit really Battler and Jessica, I think. It would be weird if it were Battler, but I think he still makes the most sense out of anybody. Because he's not the son of what's-her-face, who he thought was his mother.
その19年前の赤ん坊は最初から俺たちの中にいるとしたら、
A bogus.
例えばそれが俺だとしたら、
Yo. It probably is him, maybe. Yeah, Sumo.
ノックス第8条。提示されない手がかりでの解決を禁ず。あなたが19年前の赤ん坊であることを示す伏線はあったのですか？
There was, in fact.
第4のゲームにおける俺が母親アスムの息子でないとする赤き真実。第1のゲームおよび今回のゲームにおける親 父の隠し事の気配。
That's right, there was always something that his dad wanted to tell him but never got the chance to.
今回のゲームだ。俺の生まれに何か事情があることをはっきり明示している。
Battler proposed that he might be the baby from 19 years ago, and announced that he'd reconstruct the crime with himself as the culprit. As Delanor cautiously held her sword at the ready, she gauged the distance between them. Now that Battler had inherited the position of this world's territory lord and attained the rank of endless sorcerer, his movements surpassed human understanding. By now, the physical distance between them probably counted for nothing. After all, their extremely agile battle was surpassing the point where the concept of distance made any difference.
Ah, 聞かせてやる。それでも説明がつく。夏日おばさんが犯人だと決めつけることはできないこと。俺が証明してやる。
Ooh, that was cool. I wish they would have hung on that for a moment longer. Uh-oh.
あなたが犯人というならいくつもの矛盾が生じます。その矛盾があなたのか弱い真実を刈り取る。この私、探偵にして真実の魔女フルド・エリカが。
This time, Erika stepped forward. Yeah, there are some contradictions. I'm looking forward to how he'll get around those. I have no clue myself. I mean, well, I have a slight idea. I mean, it could be like tape recorder to record the phone calls. I don't know. Ooh. In her hand, there appeared a scythe like one a Grim Reaper might hold. A ruthless scythe for reaping everything that's threatened her theory.
犯行時刻は24時からの1時間しかありえない。あなたはその1時間の間、屋敷の食堂にいます。よって犯行は不可能です。
Okay. It's only possible for the crime to have taken place between midnight and 1 o'clock. That's not in red, though. That's not a... Huh. So it could have taken place outside that time? But how? And are we able to doubt Erika? Like, because if she didn't actually hear for the rest of the time after he came back... I don't know. Like, if we can doubt her, then he might have done it after 3 a.m. That's all I can think of at the moment.
死亡時刻が24時からの1時間の間と特定はされていない。
Okay. Also, teleports behind you, nothing personnel, kid.
よって犯行は24時から午前1時までの間でなくとも可能だ。
いとこ部屋の殺人に限定します。午前1時から事件発覚までいとこ部屋での犯行は不可能です。
ノックス第8条、提示されない手がかりでの解決を禁ず。いとこ部屋で実際に犯行が行われたなら手がかりが提示されなくてはなりません。
If the crime actually was carried out in the cousin room, clues must have been shown.
それが朝まで室内の異常を監視していた探偵であるエリカ卿に与えられなかった以上、犯行は不可能です。
Well, I guess we can't doubt Erika because she's the detective. Yeah. I guess that's one of the if you break that rule, then you can just doubt so much that nobody would want to solve it, that type of thing.
事件発覚とは俺が悲鳴を上げて全員が集まった段階のことだ。そこまでに殺すことが不可能であって、それ以降に殺すことが可能だ。
Oh? Could have killed them after screaming? Okay. Interesting. Adler used a blue flash to deflect both of the red truths that Erika and Lanor had flung at him. Erika's eyes went wide. After all, what he had said was completely absurd. At that time, they still hadn't been killed? Even though corpses with their necks sliced open were laying right there?
いとこ部屋の4人の死亡は赤き真実で宣告されている。魔女伝送のつもり？あの時点で死んでいたジョージたちを魔法概念で蘇らせたつもり？
なるほど。あの時点で死んでたと信じるお前にとっちゃ、まるで死者が蘇らされるみたいに見えるだろうな。ならこれはお前にとって魔法になるだろうぜ。ならお前に一矢報いるのは俺じゃない。
Oh?
ほざて！何度でも繰り返します。いとこ部屋の4人の死亡は赤き真実で宣告されている。そしてその遺体は大勢が確認しています。そして全ての死体は天使を誤らないとすでに赤き真実で宣言済みです。これでも食らいやがれ、死者どもめ。
Take that, dead people. What? That's a sentence I didn't expect to see. Yo!
その赤き真実が何時の時点でのものか。お忘れですか、お嬢さん。
The fierce shower of red was blocked by a magical barrier set up by Ronove, who suddenly appeared right in front of Battler. Now that Beato was gone, the demons shouldn't have been able to manifest themselves in the real world. However, he existed here, and calmly dealt with Erika's attack.
どうやってここに？まあいいです。好都合です。探す手間が省けました。この場で捉えてあんたも存在否定してあげます。
譲るぜ。一つの傲慢なる真実で 全てを支配などできないことを教えてやれ。
Yes, Your Majesty。 では少しお相手しましょう。どうぞお嬢さん。
Oh, hell yeah.
ならあの赤き真実の死亡宣告は何時の時点でのものだというのですか。それがあんたには特定できるって言うんですか。特定できない以上、事件発覚の時点での死亡宣告であることを否定はできません。
この法廷が改定した時、ラムダデルタ教は宣言しておりますよ。24時を迎えての答え合わせ。死亡宣告は2日目24時、すなわちゲーム終了時点のものです。
Oh? The death proclamation was made at midnight on the second day. Huh. I don't understand, but okay.
そしてそれは事件発覚後と呼ばれる2日目朝以降の殺人を否定するものではありません。
ではあの時点で犠牲者は生きていたと。首がばっくりと裂かれているのに。
It is just a flesh wound. The clock was important. Yeah. I don't understand the 24 o'clock answer session thing. The death proclamation was made at 24 o'clock on the second day. In other words, at the end of the game. I don't understand. I thought they were proclaimed dead when they were found. I don't know, I am confused about this. That was when the red was said? Okay. Okay. Hmm.
それを探偵殿はご覧になられましたか。確かに全ての死体は誰であっても検視を誤ることはないとなっておりますが、死体でないものを死体と言っていけないとは言われておりません。
No rule named so far has prevented something other than a corpse from being called a corpse. The timing of when the red was said is important. No corpse will lead to a mistaken examination. So they could have been fake corpses? Yeah, no corpse will lead to a mistaken examination, no matter who performs it. But no rule named so far has prevented something other than a corpse from being called a corpse. Huh. Meaning anyone can lie that they are dead. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Erika swung her scythe recklessly, but Ronave blocked everything with elegant gestures made with the shield on one of his hands.
じゃあ、あの時点では誰も死んでない？まさか首に傷さえない？
Huh?
だって、じゃあどうしてマトラは悲鳴を上げて
What?
足元がお留守だわ、お嬢ちゃん。すべてのゲーム開始時、後宮金蔵は死んでいる。
Okay. Erika the detective never saw the corpse. You didn't? I thought she tried to see the corpses at least. Maybe... I forget exactly what happened then. Did they make her leave before she could actually examine them? Huh. That would make sense then, yeah. A pitch-black hole opened beneath Erika's feet and swallowed her up. She could probably see through it to the other side of the hole. It was the same thing you'd see if you looked down out... Or, yeah, if you looked down out of the skylight on the ceiling of the cathedral. Ooh, she's got a wand. Oh, I like the frilly thing. Virgilia could already be seen in midair inside the cathedral. Oh dang. As Erika fell from the heavens, Virgilia was right below her and caught her on the end of a divine spear that sparkled blue. Huh?
道理です。金蔵以外の人物が遺体を消失させねば破綻します。
Oh. I forgot about that. Or I just didn't notice it in the beginning, I guess. Yeah, Kinzo couldn't have made... Yeah. Kinzo could not have made the corpses disappear because he doesn't exist. Virgilia's blue divine spear skewered and pinned Erika in midair. Erika struggled, filled with hatred, but she couldn't get it out easily. Then, all around her, several small, fast things clanged off the walls and enveloped her. Then 7 people manifested themselves at once. Oh?
ジェシカの死後、遺体は一切移動されていない。マリアは死後、遺体は一切移動されていない。ローザは死後、遺体は一切移動されていない。ケンジは死後、遺体は一切移動されていない。クライスは死後、遺体は一切移動されていない。よって遺体発見後に遺体が消失することはありえない。貴様の推理、遺体は金蔵が運び出したは破綻する。金蔵以外でだって死体の消失は説明
emotional damage.
Erika was probably capable of escaping this even with Ginzo's existence denied, by making only a small revision to her theory. However, to her, having to revise a theory she had already created was extremely humiliating.
夏日を追い詰めるためだけに策を要しすぎた。
推理を遊びすぎました。金蔵の死を赤き真実で語れるのは今あなたの主だけではありませんよ。
これが魔女の闇を遊んだ報いです。それを知りなさい、フルドエリカ。
Of course, even Erika had doubted Kinzo's existence from the beginning. However, it had previously been impossible for anyone to deny his existence in that trial, except for Bernkastel and Lambda Delta, who had sided with each other. And because of the willful silence of those two, the truth about Kinzo had truly been unfixed. And yet, to think that Battler had become a witch, a sorcerer, and capable of using red without proof. However, she had her own Inquisitor of Heresy, who could also use red without proof to counter. Hmm.
許せクソじじい。越えゆけバトラー、我がしかもはね
え。証拠提示。後宮金蔵と識別可能な遺体を提示する。
その遺体が後宮金蔵であると証明することができますか？どれほど金蔵に酷似した遺体であろうとも当人であることを証明できない限り、第三者の身代わり死体であるとの主張が可能です。それが金蔵の遺体であることを人間の真実で示せますか？本件のみ赤き真実のみでの反論を無効とします。
へえ、赤き真実での反論を無効？そんな思考もあるのね。
確かに第三者の死体が存在しないことはすでに赤で語られてる。しかしそれを赤で語ることを禁じられたらバトラのやつお手上げじゃない。
そうだな。この閉ざされた六軒島ではこの死体がじい様のものだと示せる客観的な方法はない。
それこそはこの遺体が替え玉死体である可能性の示唆です。この身元不明遺体が金蔵の死を証明するものにはなり得ません。
チェックメイト。我が推理は揺るぎません。
Galanor had sealed off the red truth as a means of proving that Kinzo's corpse had been shown. Even with the power of witches, Battler couldn't argue back.
赤き真実を封じられて、どうやってその死体を金蔵だと証明するの？無理よ。不可能だわ。
赤と青ならね。
の死体が後宮金蔵の死体であると保証する。
Oh? With gold. With the Game Master's truth? Then, when Glanor met with Battler's golden flash, she was unable to fully block it with either her red longsword or her blue short sword, and she was blown backwards into empty space. It was a direct hit, without any miscalculation. Though she had always seemed as firm as a small giant before now, she was finally blasted away and slammed against the wall as though she was the slender girl she appeared to be.
ドラノール、あんた何やって。
見事な黄金の真実、有効です。
Gold truth.
黄金の真実。
The golden longsword, which had been drawing red and blue trails before now, finally drew a curve that retained its divine golden color. The truth it showed was neither red nor blue. It was gold truth.
何それ。ラムダ、こんなのはルールにあるの？
ええ、黄金の真実、有効よ。黄金の真実はこの世界の領主。
Yep, can only be used by the territory lord.
いえ、ゲームマスターにしか使えない。
Yeah, by the game master. It's the game master's truth. Yep.
なんですって。
黄金の真実、赤き真実とは異なる方法によって紡がれる神なる真実。その力は赤き真実と同等です。時に劣るでしょう。しかし時に勝る。
その輝きこそがバトラ君が本当にベアトを理解した証。
示したぜ、この死体がじい様であることを。
はい、黄金の真実受理しました。エリカ教の推理は修正に応じぬ限り破綻します。
そんな。
Erika cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of her body being pierced. It was the pain of her own theory being defiled.
なるほど。叙実トリックの寄せ集めかと思ったわ。これはいつの間にか。とんだ傑作集だわ。
バトラー、それ以上語るは野暮に過ぎるわ。
What are color truth counterparts in our world? One of the mysteries of the game. I mean, I guess. Well, I guess my interpretation at the moment would be Gold Truth would be the narrator. Maybe talking about the characters. Like, I don't know, just giving some background on them. And then red truth would be facts that have been proven. And then blue truth would be just, I don't know, anything else that people would put forward. I mean, sort of how it's used here, but... yeah. Like, I guess sometimes, I'm not super familiar with the mystery genre, but I'm thinking the gold truth would be, like, just the narrator introducing a character, saying a few things about them, I don't know. Maybe something like that. Sometimes it doesn't really matter at all. Sometimes it's important, and sometimes it can make or break a scenario. I don't know. That's all I can think of at the moment. Yeah, if red truth is proven, they can use it to solve the mystery, yeah. The red truth has to have some basis behind it, I guess. But once it has that basis, well, it can only be the red truth when it has a basis behind it. And then blue truth is just guesses. Or anything not proven, I guess. I don't know. And yeah, it's just my interpretation so far.
あんたの遺体消失の真実、もはやこれ以上語らずとも完全に理解させてもらったわ。なるほどね。あんたの考えてるそれはこれまでの法廷の全ての赤に矛盾しない。19年前の男の復讐を軸にしたあんたの真実、その全て理解し受理したわ。あんたの真実の成立を宣言する。そんな、どうしてですか、大ラブダテル隊長。あいつはまだ全てを説明しきっていません。秀吉の密室や夏日の自室の封印やクローゼットのボタンやまだまだ他にも反論の手段が用意してあります。あんたまだバトラーに反論できる気でいるの
？Oof. Only Erika, the one who is supposedly so intelligent, couldn't understand. She couldn't understand that Battler had already reached the truth, or the real truth.
以上により、じいさまの不在は証明され、夏日おばさん、じいさまをめぐる不名誉は返上される。
Oh? That's true.
夏日おばさん、純潔にして停粛だ。貴様ら好みの下劣な物語は許さない。
I will send you to Jesus.
マトラ君。
さらにこれまでの死者全員の死亡時間に疑義が生じる以上、夏日おばさん以外全員のアリバイは白紙に戻る。
Okay. Doubts about the time of death? Yeah.
もはや夏日おばさん以外に犯行が不可能であるとの論法は通用しない。
Delanor, who must have risen to her knees at some point, slowly stood up. The flash from the golden longsword was still buried deep into her chest. though pain didn't show in her expression. Her awkward movements clearly showed how serious the damage she had taken was. Even though she herself knew that the match was long over by now, Villanor didn't abandon her duty.
されどあなたはいとこ部屋にて5人不可能な遺体を確認されております。それが虚偽であったとおっしゃるのですか？ノックス第70探偵が犯人であることを禁ず。
Impossible for the detective to be the culprit, but Battler wasn't the detective this time. At least I don't think he still counts.
探偵は客観的視点を義務付けられています。あなたの推理はこの義務に違反です。
探偵はフルドエリカだぜ。今回の俺は探偵じゃない。
Yeah, oh right, because there can't be more than one detective, right? Or am I thinking of am I thinking of the 20 rules now? Hold on. Yeah, I'm thinking of the 20 rules. Okay. But either way, he's not the detective.
そしてノックス第9条、観測者は自分の判断解釈を主張することが許される。
Okay. So what's he? Is he the Watson, basically?
ノックス第8条提示されない手がかりでの解決を禁ず。
Knox's rules allow more than one detective. Van Dyne rules will not allow. Yeah.
これまでのあなたは探偵でした。そのあなたが今回は探偵でなく試験を交える観測者であったことは示されていたのですか？
Okay. Well, here, yeah, she contests that.
それがない限りあなたには主観を偽る権利はありません。
I feel like it was shown, but I don't
今
know.
回のゲームで
Yeah. Was it shown?
気分の謎の仕掛けを解いたとき、じい様を目撃している。
Oh, okay. Yeah. He can't be the detective if he witnessed his grandfather. Okay.
すでに赤で示されている通り、じい様は存在しない。
As has been shown in gold.
その目撃は不可能だ。よって俺の視点に客観性がないことはすでに示されている。
それは風雨になびくシートか何かをあなたが誤認しただけの可能性があります。ノックス第9条を示す伏線とはなり得ません。
Are you sure about that?
誤認は全ての観測者に許された権利です。
Okay. Oh no, mistaking one thing for another. Can the detective mistake one thing for another? I didn't think that was a thing.
第4のゲームにてレアトが示した赤き真実。全ての人物は後宮金蔵を見間違わない。
Ah, that's true. No person would mistake Ushiromiya Kinzo by sight. But that's a red truth. What, is he gonna write that in gold too? It's the red truth Byato used to counter my blue truth claim that someone disguised themselves as Kinzo. The detective can be wrong, it just needs to be objective. Okay. I see. To make it seem as though grandfather had appeared. In other words, on this island, all illusions that might lead someone to mistake something for grandfather, including someone else pretending to be grandfather, most certainly cannot work. Hey there, Tavio. How's it going? flight go well? Or are you on your flight right now? Tired? Understandable? Dying? Oof. You're home? Okay, well that's good. Yeah. Flying will take a lot out of you. Need to be up in 4 hours? Oh my goodness, I'm glad you stopped by, but man, go get some sleep. Don't do that to yourself. Get some sleep, man. Hungry? Okay, well go get something to eat quick. Get something to eat and then go to sleep. Yeah, make sure you get your sleep. Going to McDonald's? Okay. No, we have blanket home. Oh my. We can finish episode 5. Go, go, go. Okay. Just make sure you're not too tired to drive, or, well, I guess you use a bus or whatever. Anyway, I'll continue. All of Aunt Natsui's schemes to make it seem grandfather existed were hidden in the relatives' blind spots. All of them clever tricks like, he was here just a second ago, or he's in his study alone now. They never tried to make anyone mistake something they saw for grandfather himself, so there are no contradictions. If they had tried to dress one of the servants in grandfather's robe, it probably would have been seen through in an instant. It has been guaranteed that none of the characters in this tale would mistake something for grandfather by sight. If someone claims to have seen grandfather despite that, it becomes a lie. Allowing lies to be contained within their observations is a right granted to everyone, except for just one person. And that person is the detective. Wait, what? Someone claims to say, yeah. Long lies between. Okay, yeah. Because it's confirmed. But still, that's a red truth, that's a magic type.
風雨になびくシートを見間違え、それを何であったと誤認して語るのもノックス第9条の権利だ。しかしじい様だと誤認することだけは赤き真実において本ゲームでは許されていない。
Okay.
金像を見たと主張された時点で誤認識ではなく意図的、すなわち観測の客観性が否定されていることの証。というわけですか。
In this case, unintentional misrecognition is not permitted by the rules of this game. However, it is possible to intentionally lie about seeing something you never saw. And that is an action not permitted to a detective who is obligated to maintain an impartial perspective.
暴論を許せ。これで決着だぜ。
いいえ、いいのです。あなたのような男が世界にいてくれたなら、どのような傲慢からもか弱き真実を守ってくれたに違いない。もっともらしい一つの真実がか弱き真実たちを駆逐し、唯一の真実であると語る横暴から、本当の真実を守ってくれたに違いない。
Adler's golden longsword drew a massive blue arc as though splitting the heavens.
あなたと戦えてよかったです。
よって今回のゲームにおける俺の観測は 第7条でなく第9条に基づく。じいさまを見たと主張したことがその証だ。
The noise that rang out across the cathedral was the sound of Delanor's longsword clattering to the floor. Simply letting go of that was the same as resigning to the proud Delanor. Though the blue trail Battler had drawn was aiming right for the top of Delanor's head, it stopped a hair-breadth away. If it hadn't, Delanor would probably have been annihilated, without leaving a single scrap of flesh behind.
Resign です。あなたの真実の否定を断念します。
借りは返した。お前の親父に敬意を。実戒は傲慢でも批判でもなかった。
父に敬意を。
Delanor sat down on the floor and completely abandoned her will to fight.
何やってるんですか、ドラノール。情けない、みっともない、マルケナウスノの殺人人形。あんたは自分の父の名誉に泥を塗ったわ、恥知らず。それでもミステリーのくさび、魔法に屈するの。そんなのミステリーの歴史が許さない。
お前こそ何もミステリーを分かってないな。ミステリーが相手を知的に見下すための狂気にしか見えてないなら、お前に俺は二度とそれを語らせない。
I will send you to Jesus.
お前に相反する真実を宣言する。夏日おばさんは19年前の男、すなわち俺によって内線電話で脅迫されていたんだ。その目的は夏日おばさんを殺人犯に仕立て上げること。これは初めから夏日おばさんに濡れ衣を着せるための復讐劇だ。
違います。夏日が仕組んだ後宮家の復讐劇です。あなたの推理は私と真っ向から相反します。
お前のその青い槍まだ抜けないのか。
そうね。エリカからはまだ金像以外の理由での遺体消失を聞いていないわ。あんたの推理は現在否定中だけれど、
こんな槍など。文人どもめ、邪魔だ。
The deeply piercing blue spear and the 7 red stakes tormented her theory. They won't come out. They won't come out.
Extreme violence.
修正とエリカの推理の誤りを認めるわ。
そんな我が主。
Watching Erika's face contort with pain as she struggled to escape from the spear, Bernkastel spoke this with a disgusted expression. Faced with the facts, Bernkastel had acknowledged Erika's loss herself.
You are made of...
Erika gazed at her master, He was no longer confident in Erika's own victory, with a mixture of shock and despair.
あんたのプライドなんて知ったことじゃないわ。いつまでその無様な姿を晒す気なの？私と同じ青い髪を許された分身がいつまでそこで貼り付けになっているつもり？私自らがやはり降臨しなきゃダメなのかしら。
Descend herself. Oh my.
やはり駒なんていらないわ。ああ、めんどくさいめんどくさい七めんどくさい。駒なんていらないわ。捨ててしまおう。ああ、残念無念失望絶望期待外れの的外れ。
Emotional damage.
早くしなさいよクズが。
Oh dang, she angry.
お前のそのみっともない推理を修正しろって言ってんでしょ。はい、我が主修正いたします。我が推理を修正いたします。
As Erika's face twisted in humiliation, and tears streamed from her eyes, she withdrew and revised her own theory in accordance with her master's order. Mumbling quietly, she made various revisions with the Blue Truth, had them acknowledged by Lambda Delta, and finally had the blue spear smashed and was freed. Yes, I'm enjoying Erika's suffering. Though that blue truth did indeed explain how the corpses had disappeared, it couldn't conceal its desperation, and was a bit of truly shabby reasoning.
我が主抜けました。我が推理は完璧です。どこが？無様この上ないわ。でも許してあげる。あんたのその顔と推理がとっても情けなくて笑えるから。
Wow.
Can't believe she just murdered Erika. Erika was taunted by her master, who wore an ugly expression. She thrashed about on the floor, crying bitter tears. The wounded Delanor stepped out before her, as though shielding her, and she spoke to Bernkastel, as well as Battler.
どれほどみすぼらしかろうと、修正されたエリカ教の真実は有効です。
ああ、そうだ。俺の真実に関係なく、お前の真実も同時に存在する。それがこの世界だ。誰にも否定できないから。いくつでもどんなに相互が矛盾したもそれらの真実は同時に存在できる。ここでは想像の数だけ真実があっていいんだ。それを誰も一方的に否定してはならない。
はい、そうです。エリカ教の真実は私が誰にも否定させません。
ドラノール。
このドラノールある限り、その真実をお守りいたします。どんなにみすぼらしくとも、私はその真実を嘲笑いはしません。
No matter how pathetic it is. Oof. Suffer. The words of Dlanor, whom Erika had previously looked down upon, led Erika to once again thrash about on the floor, sobbing.
そして唯一の真実が存在しない限り全ては闇の底だ。すなわち俺の推理もエリカの推理も否定不能であると同時に唯一の真実でもない。否定できないが絶対でもないあやふやなものだ。確定しない以上魔女幻想はまだ存在してる。それを暴くことが許されてるのはエリカでなければ貴様らでもない。この俺だけだ。俺以外にベアトリーチェの魔女幻想は暴かせない。
判決を変更。後宮バトラの示した真実によりエリカの真実の唯一性は失われた。しかしエリカの真実は否定不能。よって2人の真実は並び立つ。第5のゲームの決着を撤回。ゲームはイーブンに戻るわ。そしてゲームマスターは私から黄金の魔術師後宮バトラに移る。後宮バトラ前へ。あんたを新しいゲームマスターに任命するわ。承諾するわよね。しなさい新しい無限の魔女。
Little pushy there, eh?
ああ、俺が新しいゲームマスターだ。第6のゲームは俺が紡ぐ。
I was not expecting this. Yeah. I mean, he did get the position of Game Master, but I just never really thought of... Now Battler's in charge. Hmm.
エリカ、今度こそ俺と決着をつけようじゃねえか。立て。
立ちますとも。この屈辱。話す機会を与えたことを後悔させましょう。我が主第6のゲームにてもう一度バトラと戦う機会をお与えください。
ええ、もちろんよ。チャンスをあげる。
あらすごいわね。あなたがチャンスをあげるなんて。これって奇跡じゃないの？奇跡の魔女ベルンカステル。
Wow.
エリカ、奇跡的にあなたは命拾いしたの。第6のゲーム、バトラのゲーム、何としても暴きなさい。忘却の闇に捨てられたくなければね。
はい、我が主ドラノール。
無論です。次なるゲームにても全力を尽くします。
もう客人のふりはしません。私とドラノールであなたのゲームを引き裂いてみせます。
ああ、招待してやるぜ。俺の第6のゲームにな。悪いがタイトルはお前のつけたチェックメイト・オブ・ザではなくなるぜ。
あなたのゲームです。あなたが名付けるといいでしょう。その挑戦望むところです。私はフルドエリカ、魔女である以前に探偵。あな なたがこのゲームの新たな支配者であることを認め、そして宣戦布告します。絶対に暴いてやる。殺してやる。
Oh my. I think she's a little angry.
黄金の魔術師後宮バトル、ぶっ殺す。
ああ、存分にかかってこい、フルドエリカ。
Just watch, Beato. I'll take charge of your game. And in this next game, I'll prove that I completely understand all of your riddles. Oh yeah, we jamming. That was pretty epic. Best tea party so far. But also, I still wonder what happens to Beatrice. Like, is she gonna be there? Or, well, I mean, it'll be her illusion? Is regular Beatrice gone? Well, yeah, Beatrice is gone. So now it will really just be an illusion. But what was with original Beatrice? I still don't understand her. Yeah, even the incompetent battler solved the game by now.
Emotional damage!
I can't believe you've done this to me. The Reckoning. Complete the episode 5 Hidden Tea Party. Let's see, should I start episode 6? I mean, I guess I might as well. Only like 10:30. Dawn of the Golden Witch. Okay. Good morning. Now the curtain shall finally rise on a game presented by that Battler-sama. Will Battler-sama manage to successfully and spectacularly fill the enormous role of Game Master? Let us bear witness to this fight from the opposite side of the chessboard. There is no longer a difficulty level. This is no longer a hint, but a confession. Oh. I think one of your favorite parts is when Battler wakes up, Erika and Byrne are freaking out, and Lambda's laughing so hard and throwing fire. Yeah. Yeah, that's the first time we see Byrne Costal actually freaking out. It was good. There's 3 episodes left. Anyway, let's start episode 6. Yeah, Lambda, what's going on? Is this a bluff? No, get wrecked. He's a territory lord now, by the way. He just completely destroyed them. Oh, I better change my stream title and whatnot. Episode 6, Return of the Battler. A beautiful glow shone in from the skylight over the grand cathedral. The place was somehow different from the way it had been during the witch's trial. The decorations had changed. The several pleasantly sparkling white ribbons that adorned it were thin like razors, but they trailed beautifully in the air. Flowers were arranged all over in a way that would make any place look cheerful. It was like how a single drop of impure water can spoil an entire cask of wine. Just the presence of those flowers, those ribbons, and the red carpet that ran down the center of the room made it hard to believe that this was the same place Ushiromiya Natsuhi had been falsely accused of a crime. It had truly become a wedding chapel. What the heck? And who are you? These words, spoken by two demons who seemed to be in charge of this gathering, were part of a ceremony for making an oath of love before the eyes of God. Of course, in this wedding celebrated by demons, there was no priest in sight. That'd be sort of funny, though. Instead, there stood the witch who controls miracles.
Erika.
What the heck? Kill it with fire. It's a shame we had to burn down this whole cathedral. The bride standing on the carpeted path was Furuto Erika. The groom's face couldn't be seen. The bride's outfit certainly was a pure white wedding dress. Her veil represented both the white of God's blessings and the white of a demon's cruelty. A great many goat nobles, witches, and demons were gathered for this wedding. If only their heads hadn't been those of goats, it would probably have seemed a very refined crowd worthy of this great cathedral. At that point, Bernkastel stared straight into the groom's eyes. The groom didn't answer. His eyes were gray. His lips would mutter something from time to time, but no one could tell if the words meant anything.
ねえ聞いてる？あんたたち。
She spoke to the groom in the plural. Of course, there was only one groom. And of course, the gray-eyed groom didn't answer.
聞こえてはいても答えられませんか？安心してバトラさん。
What the heck? I wondered, but what? Why? Excuse me?
Bruh.
This is a new low. It is very concerning.
私がにじり尽くしてあげますから。
Hans, get the Flammenwerfer. I need to werf some Flammen. The Witch of Miracles sneered with an evil smile that even a demon would shudder to look at. Even that sneer provoked no response from Battler's dim eyes.
人は愛のために生きるのです。
Battler failed to be a game master? Oh my.
すなわち今日あなた方は生まれてきた意味を目的を成し遂げた。
生きる力、愛の力のなんと偉大なことか。今日という日の輝きがどうかお二人を永遠に祝福しますように。
うるさいわ悪魔ども。次の次第は何よ。
お二人に永遠の愛の制約を求めます。
その次は指輪の交換を。
On Battler's hand was a ring bearing the seal of the one-winged eagle, proof that he was the territory lord of this world. And on Erika's finger was a diamond ring that could not be shattered by any miracle. Diamonds signify an eternal bond. However, in Greek, the word diamond simply means unbreakable. Erika wasn't vowing to love Battler forever. She just wanted to rule over him as her eternal property. This wedding was being performed for the sole purpose of defiling Battler.
ご安心を。あなたを永遠に愛したりなんかしません。だからこの挙式はあなたを征服する儀式です。
Yeah, who would have guessed? Oh, really? I thought Battler wanted this. Sarcasm.
あなたの心は永遠に脱出不可能の密室に閉じ込められ、この私、
But how the
完全に
heck?
して真実の魔女、
How
フ
the
レド
heck?
エリカに支配される。
Okay, you done talking? How the heck did this even happen?
あんたの持つ領主の座も、その証の指輪も、私のものとなる。
ない。
なんです？
出られない。
Hmm. This is so cursed.
その密室、あんたが自分で作った密室なんですから。あんたは永遠にその密室で苦しむんです。私は妻としてあなたのそばに永遠にいて、その苦悶の表情を独り占めします。あなたを永遠に
後ろ宮バトラ
ー Well, what a start. Whoops. Have the TV size version lyrics memorized? Nice. Yeah, I like it. The island just exploded. All that could be heard was the sound of the wind, a sound of misfortune, bringing sadness and unease to all who heard it. Slowly, I came back to my senses. I finally regained consciousness on top of a bed with a firm mattress. Where was this again? I can't remember where this is, but I can vaguely recall that I must not remain here. The room was dimly lit. There was a light on, but that just made the darkness and eeriness of the room more apparent. There were no curtains over the window, but it was too dark outside to see anything beyond it. If I squinted into that pitch blackness, it felt as though I could see the Witch of the Forest peeking back at me from the darkness. And I averted my gaze from the window in fear. I can't see or hear it, but I get the feeling that if I leave this room, it'll be bright and warm, and someone else will be there for me. I want to get to where everyone else is as soon as I can. Bad memories from when I was very young began to well up. Horrible, harsh memories of when I started dozing off during a family gathering and was put to sleep in some room I didn't know. I remember waking up there, incredibly lonely and sobbing. I must not remain in this room. I just want to get out of here quickly. Once that thought crossed my mind, I didn't want to stay in the room a second longer than I had to. I'm scared. It's creepy. Where is everyone? I want to get out of here right now. I opened the door, trying to leave the room. A pleasant glow snuck in through the crack of the door. As I'd thought, the corridor was filled with a comforting light. Looks fitting for Spooktober. I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it. I couldn't actually hear them, but I could sense that far away, people were enjoying themselves. I'm sure everyone's gathered in the room across from this one. I've been shut up in this lonely, creepy room, all alone. I should go, quickly. The wedding also did, yeah. That was just plain cursed. As soon as I thought this, a merciless metallic sound rang out, and the door refused to open any further. The chain had been set. I've always hated chain locks. You can open a normal lock just by twisting, but chain locks are built in an annoying way, and I couldn't work them easily. So I've hated them ever since I was very young. See? Even this chain is causing me trouble, and I just can't get it undone. Why is this happening? I just want to leave this creepy room right away. It's sad. It's rough and coarse and gets everywhere. Just on the other side of this thin door, everything is bathed in a warm light. I can't undo it. I just can't undo this chain. The more desperate I grew, the more that unsettling darkness seemed to be closing in on my back, and the more frightened I became. Then I finally noticed there's something wrong with this chain. Yes, there is a chain, but this isn't a chain lock. This is just a chain staked into the door, preventing it from opening any further. In other words, it isn't made to be open. Oh wait, let's... Got some different stuff here. Okay. Interesting, Kinzo is just grayed out from the very start. It's already dead, but thanks to Kraus and Natsui's closed room illusion, it's being made to look as though he is alive. Therefore, there is no longer any need to include him in the number of people on the island. Without him, the number of people goes from 18 to 17. However, after welcoming in the guest known as Erika, the number returns to 18. Okay. What the hell's going on? Who'd do something like this? Dang it. No matter what I did, no matter how much I struggled, I couldn't pull out the stake or undo the chain or break the mechanism. This door was just a demon's mouth, made to trick me into thinking that it would open before crushing my hopes. Even so, if I could just open this door somehow, I could get out into that pleasant corridor. This desire forced me to keep my hand glued to the doorknob. But it was useless. Zenzim dabada. Both the chain and the stake were firm, and no matter how much I clattered them about, there was no chance of the door opening any further. Even though I could see the pleasant hallway through the crack, I had no chance of opening the door any further. Maybe someone will come if I yell. Maybe the door can be opened easily from the outside. When I thought this, I tried to call out to someone, but I couldn't make the words come out. I could mouth, "Someone, come here," but no voice left my lips. What's going on? Why did it get dark? Someone, come. Why can't I cry out? Help me, help me, help me. The mere fact that I can't say help me out loud is even scarier. If I turn around, the witch gazing into the room from the darkness outside might be inside the room this time, standing right behind me. I'm frightened. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. Someone help me. Someone help me. I can't get out. I can't get out. Let me out of this room. Help me. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me.
お嬢、先方がいらっしゃったそうですぜ。
Amakusa ran his finger down my cheek. In an instant, I awoke from the doze I'd just been in. Ange! Huh. What the Ange doing? I glared at Amakusa for waking me up in such a creepy way, but he just pretended not to notice. Where is this? It feels like a parlor in some dignified person's house, but I have no memory of this place at all. Where is this? And why am I...
お嬢、寝ぼけてるんですかい?
Ange Borger minus the Borger. It's free range Ange.
ごめん。ここどこ?
Koko Doko? Apparently, he hadn't expected me to forget something like that just because I wasn't fully awake yet. For once, I agreed with him. Why am I in some parlor that I don't recognize? The sound of the footsteps from the they Amakusa had mentioned had come right up to the opposite side of the door. I could hear conversing voices. Is that a woman? Judging by the coffee and snacks laid in front of me, I was the guest here. In that case, I'd better remember why I came here. Or at least, who it was I came to visit. Who am I? Ushiromiya Ange. Who's the man standing behind me? Amakusa Juza. The man who used to be my guard long ago. He's now the bodyguard Okanogi assigned to me. Okay, we got a new thing here. Ange, final descendant of the Ushiromiya family, 12 years in the future. During her journey to reach Rakanjima while evading pursuers from the Sumadera family, she becomes overwhelmed by a world of an impossible memory. She reached several truths in the previous games and possesses the power to act as an observer. It seems that witches who hope for the worst for her are great in number, as are those who wish to become her master. He was a former guard of Ava's, Thrill Seeker, yada yada. At one point, he did work as a guard for Ange. Oh, right. Yeah, all of this is the same, I think. Yeah, I don't think there's anything new here. There's that skill in counter sniping. It's time to check out this other stuff too. Lambda Delta. Because the end of the game has now been ensured by the victory of the human side, she no longer stands in opposition to anyone. As a previous game master, she also knows the truth and has taken a position of non-interference. Now she is simply acting as an observer and enjoying the way her beloved Burn's face contorts itself. Cool. Burn Costal. With the victory of the human side, she should have won as well, but she doesn't seem to be satisfied. It appears that she is less concerned with who actually wins and cares more about how brutal an end might be reached. This is why she's hostile towards Battler, as he tries to end this peacefully, and why she's trying to use Erika to ruin this final game. Rudo Erika, the Witch of Truth, provisional, is also the detective and the one who calls herself that which will not be named. Participates in Battler's game as a player for the human side. She possesses several skills that qualify her to call herself a detective. These can be acknowledged by Burn Costal and elevated to the level of Red Truth. Whether she wins or loses, this will be the last game, and there will be no further use for her. Lanor A. Knox. Don't think there's anything new here. Yeah, nothing new there. Gertrude and Cornelia. I don't think they have anything new. No third person there or anything. Still just two. Okay. Battler. Capital Battler. The Endless Sorcerer, and the final Game Master. He is the ruler of the game board and the territory lord. To prove that he won Beato's game, he must act the part of the game master. By succeeding in this, his victory will be acknowledged, and Beato's game will reach its end. Because he knows all the truth, the plane on which he exists is higher than those of all others. Okay. Regalia. Nothing new there. Seven Sisters of Purgatory and all of the goats. All the goats. So many goats. Just all of the goats. I don't know why. I just like that. All of the goats. Clock ASMR. Yeah. Tick tock. Tick tock. Tick tock. Okay. Speaking of clocks and ASMR, have you gotten your food yet? You gotta get some sleep still. Let's see. In that case, is this after Aunt Ava's death? Oh, 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Just finished eating, you're still at McDonald's? Okay. Just making sure you're moving. I mean, some sleep is better than no sleep, I think. In that case, is this after Aunt Ava's death? When I've thrown off my pursuers? On that journey to find out what happened 12 years ago? Is that how it went? Do I really have a memory like this? An impossible memory. After a knock, the door opened, and the person I must have come here to meet entered along with an assistant. Oh, wonderful. Even after seeing her face, I can't remember who she is.
お待たせいたしました。八条東也先生でございます。
Ashijo Toya. That's a relief. The assistant introduced her to me first, and I finally remembered who she was. She? I thought it was a he.
失礼ながら先生で
Nani?
ええ。私が八条東也です。
Okay. A message bottle forger. She's a mysterious novel writer, and her person is surrounded by even more mysteries than those found in her novels. She claims to have found the truth of Rakanjima and posts new tales she has written on the web, as though giving out extra hints. However, I have no memory of meeting with her before my trip to Nijima.
「週刊誌に先生のサイン会の件が載ってましたぜ」「サングラスにマスクでがっちりガードした謎の男性作家」って触れ込みだったはず。まさか女の先生だったとは。こりゃどういうわけで？
あれは編集部の方に手配していただいた身代わりです。あのサイン会の時、後ろに待機していた海添が私でした。
こりゃ驚いた。先生の作品は読んだことないが、多分あんた本人の方がよっぽどミステリーですぜ。
読者など本を読んでいるふりをしているだけ。作者名とブランドだけで本を読み、読んだつもりでいる。彼らには私の本に何が書いてあっても何も読んでなんかいない。
Wow. Okay. I see.
ただ今、流行りの作品は欠かさず読んでいるとインテリブるために読んだふりをしているだけ。
She's talking to us. Oh, yeah.
その程度の者どもにどうして我が身をさらせようか。汚らわしきかな、汚らわしきかな。
Maybe she writes for Project Moon. uh...
なるほど。確かにあなたが八条先生のようですね。
This person really is eccentric. There's no doubt about it. This is Hachijo Toya herself. Hachijo Toya is a mystery novelist who's become the center of discussion lately. It seems her books themselves have been highly praised, but it's her mysterious debut that's attracted so much attention toward her lately. Last year, she managed to win several different awards for exceptional mystery novels offered by multiple large publishing companies, submitting each of her works under a different pen name. And after that, several highly regarded anonymous works were discovered, one after another, to have been stories she had written in the past under false names. and her popularity soared as she herself became more mysterious than her books. Despite all of this, the author herself never appeared in public, and everything about her was wrapped in a veil of secrecy. However, just a few days ago, this author finally made a public appearance for a book signing, showing up with a mask that covered his face and drawing even more public attention. And yet, apparently even that had been a fake. Given this person's radically unconventional track record, it was hardly a surprise to hear her casually insult her fans like this.
後ろ宮エンジさんのこともワイドショーでも随分いろいろやってましたから私もよく知っていますよ。
どうせろくな話じゃないわ。
ええ、ろくでもない話ばかりですよ。気分一つで人を雇ったりクビにしたり何でもお金で解決しようとする無法者の乱暴者だとか。
違いね
えでも私はあなたのような頭のいい人は嫌いではない。
だから会ってくれたんですか？
ええ、伊藤育九郎0576が私八条東也の別のペンネームだと見破ったのはあなただけ。実に見事なるかな。
That's a name and a half. Yeah, so apparently, I guess that's why she agreed to meet her?
伊藤育九郎0576。おかしなハンドルネームだったわ。でも数字に直すと110億1996万576と読める。
Okay. Uh, 11,019,960,576. This massive number is equal to 18 to the 8th power. 18 to the 8th power, yeah. 18 to the 8th. In Japanese, Choya no Hashijo. Or in other words, Hashijo Choya. Wow. Okay.
よくできました。実に見事。そんなあなただから私も直接会ってみたかったのです。ようこそ人の子よ、我が邸宅へ。
Okay. I like this music. It sort of gives off witchy vibes. Like a mixture of witchy and mystery. And it's classy. Her manner of speaking was extremely condescending, but perhaps because of her elegant manner, it didn't feel particularly irritating. This person had a sort of majestic grandeur about her, which made that style of speech seem almost natural. At least, that's how it felt to me. In fact, it felt almost as though this was the manifestation of some noble being, who would have no need to show herself before mere humans under normal circumstances. Since I'm not particularly a fan of hers, I guess this is proof that her mysterious charisma really is nothing to be laughed at. However, I didn't come here to talk to Hachijo Toya, the mystery novelist. I'm interested in... yeah, that name. The mysterious web author who only released her works over the internet. Oh, what the heck? Let's see if I can pronounce it. Ito Ikukuro Regonamu. Regonamu? Right. No, Ikukuro. No, Ikukuro. Ito Ikukuro Regonamu. I'm probably butchering that, but I don't know. Around the Japanese parts of the internet, Ito Ikukuro is an extremely famous witch hunter. However, she isn't a big opinion leader like Professor Otsuki. She is one of those message bottle forgers who are always the center of vigorous debate. Message bottle forgers are, as the name suggests, people who forge and post the contents of what purport to be mysterious message bottles detailing the events of the Rakanjima incident. They claim to have discovered a new message bottle and post either a very similar counterfeit story or a new theory with their own interpretation of the truth, all of which are supposedly written by Ushiromiya Maria. In doing so, they openly take on the name Ushiromiya Maria. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. Writing up new bizarre tales as if they'd been present themselves and knew the truth. They then send these stories out into the newest sea discovered by humankind, the internet, claiming that it's a third or fourth message bottle. All of the first forgers were either simple pranksters or crooks trying to swindle collectors. Eventually, though, people who claimed to have solved the riddles of the message bottle tales and reached the truth started to appear. And they started creating original works of their own, third and fourth message bottles from Ushiromiya Maria, as though they had moved over to the riddle teller's side. These people rewrote the tale of the witch with whatever interpretations they wanted, and every once in a while, parts of their theories would gain big followings on the net. Some of these creations grew to be so widely trusted that they were believed to contain some grain of truth. The more rigid witch hunters openly despised these people, calling them forgers, counterfeiters, or just witches. Though they claimed to have reached the truth, they refused to tell anyone and created fake message bottles as though testing everyone else. It was no surprise that more straight-laced witch hunters were seriously annoyed by these forgers. However, among those who simply liked to entertain themselves with the occult fantasy of Rakanjima, an extremely small number accepted these creations as literary works, glad of these additions to the mysterious tale. Ito Kukuro was the most highly regarded of these forgers.
End of the Golden Witch 読ませてもらいました。人の親族をよくも好き放題に殺せるものです。それが言いたいためだけにわざわざここへ？いいえ、違うでしょう。後ろ宮家の最後の末裔よ。
In her latest forgery, End, she killed off 7 members of my family, at least during the actual story. No, if you count Alliance and Banquet, the other forgeries she's made before now, then she's killed off most of my family in horrible ways, over and over. Alliance of the Golden Witch and Banquet of the Full. Yeah, Golden Witch. Of course I want to complain. However, all of her works are known for being in both form and level of perfection, the closest tales to those written by Ushiromiya Maria herself. Yeah, the 3rd and 4th episodes. Well, and it sounds like, well, yeah, End of the Golden Witch was, was End of the Golden Witch episode 5? I forget. They killed off 7 of them, which is how many died in episode 5. Yeah, that was episode, okay. So what we've been seeing is presumably the same as what she's been writing. That's pretty sus. In particular, Ito Ikukuro's first forgery, Banquet of the Golden Witch, managed to fit everything, including Ushiromiya Eva's escape to Kuadorian. People wondered whether this might be the true story of Rakanjima, and it even made it onto the talk shows. So far, all of these tales have been nothing more than electronic text on the web. However, people will eventually realize that Ito Ikukuro is actually Hashijo's Toya. When that happens, they'll become the works of that bizarre Hachijo, and no one will think of them as mere fan creations. People will probably start wondering if this might actually be a 3rd message bottle she found and released, under the guise of a story she wrote herself. When that happens, these stories will probably seem even more bizarre and credible.
狡猾ですね。どうして？そうしてあなたは自分の義書に神秘性と信憑性を与える。信憑性とは、それを得てあなたの義書は真実に昇華される。昇華愚かしい。そんなもの私の作品には必要ありません。なぜならあなたの作品は偽書ではなく真実だから。ええ、真実なのですから昇華など不要。
I sort of wonder if she's supposed to be a witch. Because after all, with Ange here it says, seems that witches, plural, who hope for the worst for her are great in number, as are those who wish to become her master.
マリアお姉ちゃんじゃない。ましてやあの日の六軒島にも存在しない。なのにどうして真実などとおこがましいことを。
ああ、じゃあ頭に血が上りすぎですぜ。
うるさいわね。私のどこがそうだってのよ。
Ange half realized that she'd let her emotions get the better of her. She let out a sigh and shrugged.
あなたがここへ来た理由は、親族を義書の中で何度も殺めた私をなじるためではないでしょ。
Hashijo had been smiling at Ange kindly, but in a condescending manner. Or else, like a mother might watch over a very small child. Ange realized this and was unable to suppress her irritation. Apparently, Amakusa could tell that Ange was getting worked up. He joked around with her for a bit, so that they could start the conversation over again from the beginning. Hachijo suddenly started talking about the Ptolemaic theory. Ptolemaic theory. Ange was about to tell her not to answer questions with more questions, but she quickly realized what Hachijo meant.
かつて人間は天動説を支持していた。しかし近代、それは否定されることとなる。なら否定された瞬間に太陽は動きを止め、地球がその周りを回り始めたというのだろうか。
そんなわけもない。人間が何を信じようと真実は変わらない。
ならば今、あなたが私の真実を否定するのは、つまりはそういうこと。
The idea of heliocentrism was proposed by several scholars before Galileo. However, it was hard to objectively prove that theory using the scientific techniques available at the time. Even so, that didn't change what the truth was. And yet it moves.
真実はその立証のいかにかかわらず真実だと？
そうです。これより未来、やがて全ての真実が明らかになった時、私がすでに真実に至っていたと遡って人々は気がつくでしょう。
Wow.
Apparently, Ange just couldn't stand Hachijo's attitude. She kept getting irritated, and every time, Amakusa would joke around until she settled down again. However, there could be no mistake that Hachijo was a genius, and had used her extraordinary intuition to form a most interesting outlook on the events that occurred on that island. That was why Ange had wanted to contact Itoe Kukuro and hear her views. Still, this meeting truly had been fortunate for Ange. He hadn't been absolutely sure that Itoe Kukuro was Hachijo Toya. She hadn't thought that the publishing company would really contact the author. And moreover, she hadn't dreamed that the mysterious masked author would grant her an interview under such short notice. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that the sum of events leading to this meeting made for nothing short of a miracle. I don't like that word anymore. Yes, a miracle. After all, in almost all cases, I'd never be contacted by the publishing company and would leave for Nijima the next day. Yeah, Burn ruined it. I do have to wonder if this character has some connection to Burn Costal. Mostly just because of the hairstyle and color. Question mark? I'd leave for Nijima, then go on to Rakanjima. And then give One-chan a Sakutaro stuffed animal. Huh? Why a Sakutaro stuffed animal? My memory of the future is all muddled. My head hurts. Hashijo said something about showing Ange something good, rose from the sofa, and headed for the study desk. When she turned her back, Amakusa asked Ange, who seemed to be troubled by something, if she was okay.
ねえ、天草。私っていつからここにいるの？
はあ？さっきから様子がおかしいですぜ。何事ですかい？
私、いつからここに座ってるのか記憶がないの。
Yeah, this is pretty sus.
まだ寝ぼけてんですかい？
そうじゃなくて。だって、私は確か大月教授とはアポイントが取れてたけど、伊藤育九郎の件では出版社から返事がなくて、結局この日は一日何もできなかったんじゃなかったっけ？
は
あ？天草はあの大きな黒いバッグを受け取りに行ったんじゃなかったっけ？
That's right. Just before we left for Nijima, Amakusa and I parted ways just one time. He said something about getting a weapon from an acquaintance of his, and he went to go get that large black bag. Wasn't that today? What am I talking about? I mean, didn't I go to Nijima? Meet Captain Kawabata? And inside the bed shop... Huh? What?
どうしました？
Did my confusion and uncertainty make me sigh out loud? Even though Hachijo's back was to me, she slowly turned around and smiled as though she had peered into my heart.
いいえ、何も。
Strange memories. Ones that I can't even understand, or ones that even I can't understand. I tried to hide my confusion, but for some reason, Hashijo had a strange glint in her eyes, as though she could read my mind.
私は何冊もの記書の中で何度もあなたのご親族を蘇らせては殺す。まるで魔女のように。
好きなだけ蘇らせて好きなだけ殺す。無限に。まるでベアトリーチェね。
ええ。だから私はやはりネット上で彼らがそう呼ぶように魔女なのかと思って。
She took a thickly packed brown envelope out of a locked drawer. It appeared to be filled to the brim with printer paper. Perhaps this was a manuscript for one of her works. The neat letters written with a fountain pen on the envelope spelled out the word Dawn. Oh. There was no forgery by the name of Dawn, which must mean Ange could tell. This was a new one. Hachijo's newest unreleased forgery.
Dawn of the Golden Witch.
全てを知る私には全てが退屈。しかし何も知らぬ無知にそれを読ませ、何がしかの反応を得ることは嫌いではない。だからあなたに読んでほしい。
新しい無限の魔女としての新作を？
そうです、人の子よ。あなたが憤慨しようとも感嘆しようとも、それは私の病を一時忘れさせる。
もう茶番は終わりにしましょう。あんたは誰？私の記憶にこんな出会いはないわ。
Yes, I did try to contact Hachijo Toya, but in the end, I never got a chance to meet her. In other words, all of this is a falsehood.
今度は私は誰の駒？悪いけど、この後ろ宮エンジェ、飼いならせると思ったら大間違いよ。
Oh snap.
やはりそなたは面白いかな。
She finally couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. Gradually, the space around them seemed to be filled with a strange purple mist. The room itself seemed to twist and bend. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Her figure also twisted, and after something that couldn't be described elapsed, her form changed to become just what she had called herself, a witch.
見事なり。
I think I got this person on one of my Steam cards. Does it show on the system? Well, shows her as the author, but...
よくぞ私を見破った。
私ってつくづく魔女に好かれる性分ね。あんたたちに特徴的などこか人を舐めた口調、すぐに魔女だって分かったわ。
The novelist sitting on the sofa was nowhere to be seen. Even Andrew's bodyguard, who was supposed to be around at times like this, was gone. There was only a non-human figure relaxing in a large, ornate rocking chair.
面白きかな、人の子よ。愉快なり、それでこそ我が退屈にふさわしい。
こっちは全然愉快じゃないわ。どうして私は生きてるの？私は名前を明かしたルール違反でひどい殺され方をしたと思ってたけど。
To be honest, I did doubt that those people would just let me go so easily. What kind of farce will I be forced to go along with this time? Hamburger. I really don't care. I'll just do whatever I can within the bounds of the role they give me. Whatever I can to help Oni-chan. Of course I understand. Even if he wins, he'll never come back to me.
でもね、あがくわよ。あの日の私のところへお兄ちゃんを返すためにね。
そう生きり立たずともよい。私がそなたに求める役割は駒ではない。
じゃあ何の用で呼び出したの？ まさかあんたの書いたとかいう新しい物語を読めとでも言う気じゃないでしょうね。
その通りだ。そなたに望むのは駒ではない。もとより私は傍観者。あやつらのゲームにちょっかいを出す気など毛頭もなし。
意味わかんないわ。あんたは私に何を期待してるの？
私のためにベアトリーチェの紡ぐかけらの観測者であれ。
観測者？よくわかんないけどお断りよ。
かつて私はバトラを通してかけらを鑑賞していた。しかし彼がゲームマスターを継承した今、観測者としてふさわしくないのだ。
Oh? So the observer needs to be there, right? So Ange is gonna go back?
私は心より純粋な気持ちで物語を追っている。その私にとって今のバトラを通して観測することはさながら推理小説を逆さに読むにも等しい興ざめ。
Just watches Erika. Please, no. I don't want to have to quit this forever.
お兄ちゃんがゲームマスター？何の話をしてるのかさっぱりだわ。
さっぱりだろう。知りたいであろう。私も知りたい。バトラがゲームマスターを継承し紡ぐ物語がどのようなものか、そしてバトラが至ったという真実がどのようなものか、私の自らの思考の旅で追いたいのだ。私は病の深き身。考えねば鼓動を続けることさえかなわぬ。
つまりあんたは新しい絵本を私に朗読してもらいたいってわけ？
That's an interesting way to put it.
そういう解釈でよい。見返りにそなたもまた自由に思考を旅することができる。そなたとて未だ真相には至っていないはず。続けたいはずだ。真相を知る旅を。
あんたに得をさせる義理がないわ。
生きがるな。私は時に寛大だが多くの場合そうではない。
Ange hadn't yet reached the truth either. Though she knew that the game was little more than a toy for the amusement of those witches, she wanted it to resume, so that she could follow the tale and close in on the king called Truth.
私が真実に至るために物語を追うかもしれないけれど、あんたのために最後まで朗読する義理はないわ。意味はわかる？
Ange was willing to read the story aloud, but she could quit at any time if this witch made her mad. She was, in effect, warning the witch not to annoy her. My goodness.
無論だ。
Ange is just, yeah, forget Shadsui. We've got, well, I don't know, Ange the Chad. Can't really put that in there. But yeah, Ange is just being a mega Omega Chad. Giga Chad. Borger Chad.
絵本と称したが、私にとっては死に至る病への唯一の薬。
Oh no, I just realized. That gives me an idea. I'm a terrible person.
そなたの介添えなくして飲むこともできぬもの。すなわち、総理強制だ。
You need to know. You will know, eventually.
あんたが寝入るまで私に本を朗読しろと。その代わり私にも読むことを許す。そういうことね。
Reading... reading me, reading Ange, reading Toya, writing Badler, writing his game. Way too dank.
そうだ。引き受けてくれるならば、しばしの一時、私の朗読者に任ずる。
I thought the layers were confusing in episode 5. Oh boy.
偉そうな役職名だけど、所詮はただの本読みでしょ。
私の朗読者であるということは、私の使いであるということ。すなわち、そなたへの干渉は私への干渉。私はベアトリーチェの物語の続きを読みたいという唯一の興味を何者にも邪魔されることを許さぬ。そなたをもてあそんだベルンカステルもラムダデルタも、無論ベアトリーチェさえもそなたに対して一切の強制力を持つことは許さない。
This witch, who seemed to have an almost divine quality to her, spoke both quietly and forcefully. There was no threat in her words. However, even so, it was clear that she was on a different level than Bernkastel and the other witches, and not at all to be taken lightly. It's on a different level from them. Okay.
本を読ませる代わりに私を保護してくれると。
無論だ。私は朗読を望んでいる。それを邪魔する者は何人であれ許しはしない。私の態度が横柄に感じるならば謝ろう、人の子よ。私はこれでもそなたに最大の敬意を持って語りかけている。
The Chad Ange has earned respect. She don't back down.
みたいね。その魔女らしい口調さえ。どうやらあんたの中では数百年ぶりに見せた敬意って感じがするわ。
そなたは本を読むとき、本によろしくお願いしますと語りかけてから表紙をめくるか？
Remember, everyone, thank your book.
そういうことよね。理解したわ。
Just by agreeing to have a conversation with Ange, she was showing an incredible amount of respect and willingness to compromise. Ange shrugged, but she also nodded to show her consent.
いいわ。あんたの朗読者を引き受ける。
あんたが私に同意を求めた時点で最大の敬意を表したことを理解したわ。
良き理解だ、人の子よ。
私の名はエンジェよ。人の子だかタケノコだか呼ぶのはやめて。
良いだろう。私が敬意を示すことの証にそなたの名を認めよう。
A balls on this woman. For her, acknowledging human names was like acknowledging the names of all the leaves scattered across the ground. So, her acknowledging Ange's name was a miracle. Why'd you have to go and say that? No, it was immensely good fortune. Thank you.
これよりそなた、後ろ宮エンジェを感激の魔女フェザリーノ・アウグストゥス・アウローラの巫女にして朗読者に任ずる。
The reader and Miko. That's interesting. The Witch of Theater Going, Featherine Augustus Aurora.
そなたが朗読を終えるまで、そなたの朗読を妨げようとするすべての者に災いを与える。
Check that out quick. Featherine Augustus Aurora, the majestic witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating. She is tired of life after 1,000 years and constantly repeats a cycle of life and death. In the past, she served as the master for several games as a legendary witch, but her legend, glory, and memory have already disappeared into the past and have been forgotten. Only the solemn medal she wears on her chest contains those memories. The horseshoe-shaped object floating around her head is a memory aid device. It records her name, appearance, and other aspects of her personality. She is so old that she would not be able to preserve her own individuality without this. Huh. Interesting. When the Witch of Theater-Going, Featherine, spoke this, Ange was wrapped in a bright light. Ange didn't feel any particular change herself, but she definitely had been given something that only non-humans could sense. It signified that from this point forward, Ange would be the Witch of Theater-Going's subject. That didn't mean that Ange would gain some sort of special power, but at the very least, it probably meant that anyone wanting to cause her harm would first have to take on Featherine herself.
あんたの名前、随分と長いのね。ローマの偉人みたい。何と呼べば？
親しくない者はアウグストゥス・アウローラと呼ぶ。
私に敬意を示してくれたあんたに、私も敬意を示して。フェザリーヌと呼ぶわ。
Wait, well, okay, Is that respectful? I'm not sure.
問題は？
ない。病んだこの身には名を呼ばれることさえ噛み締めがいのある優越だ。人の子よ。
I take it that's not very respectful.
エンジェよ、私の名前。
そういうやりとりさえも心地よきかな。エンジェ、我が巫女よ。
Ange accepted her role. She would observe this story with the Witch of Theater-Going. The curtain was rising on the sixth tale. And this is a perfect place to stop, I think. Otavio, go get some sleep. Yeah, that is like perfect. It's almost midnight. And now I'm guessing everything is just about ready to begin. Down to 2 hours, yeah. I thought so. Oh, okay, well, we're not starting quite yet, I guess. But it should be soon. Dawn of the Golden Witch. Your wake is around 7:30. You take a plane at 6:30. Ooh. You wake up at 3. Oof. Pain. Oh, it's now 1. Okay, yeah. That does make more sense. So yeah, you sir need to get some sleep. Get what sleep you can. I think 2 hours or almost 2 hours is better than nothing. And sleep the whole day after you arrive though. That's true, but you have to actually get there. The plane is only 2 hours, yeah. But, I mean, just make sure you set plenty of alarms. If it was me, I'd be worried about sleeping through the first one. Maybe even the second one. Are your sisters with you? Oh, okay. So she can yell at you. Get up! What are you doing? Wake up! That's what siblings are for, right? Well, I mean, I don't have any siblings myself, but I imagine that's what siblings are for. Taking the plane as well, 1 cat per person. Ah, an excellent ratio. Okay, I did save. But anyway, that's gonna be it for today. I will be continuing Corpse Party Book of Shadows tomorrow with episode 3. Is we concerned then? Yeah, well, and thanks for hanging out. I mean, I always appreciate you coming by. But yeah, I never want anybody to like stick around at the cost of their own health or anything. I would like my viewers to be happy and healthy. Happy, healthy viewers make for a happy, healthy, well, maybe not healthy necessarily, but a happier streamer. Anyway, still need to catch dailies. No, go to sleep. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you're gonna kill yourself by lack of sleep. Like, I see myself in what you're doing, and it hurts me. It's like I'll stay up reading or whatever, and then it'll be like 8 o'clock in the morning, and I'll be like, oh my goodness, why am I still awake? Even if you sleep, adrenaline is high. That's true. Yeah, that does make it tough. I don't know, if you can get like a fan to blow on you or something, I find that it's much easier to sleep when you're cool. Oh well. But anyway. Anyway. That's gonna be it for tonight. So, in the meantime, thank you for being here. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. I'll see you around. Bye-bye.